Hello, welcome everyone to our private Zoom room. My name is Jesus Ramos, and I'm a product specialist at Cytognos. I hope you are enjoying the first few minutes at the ESCCA virtual event this year, 2021. Due to the pandemic, well, we are now enjoying the celebration of these congresses in the online environment. So we had to adjust to this environment, and well, we hope that we did a good job in the same manner that the ESCCA organization is trying to do. Today we are going to have, well, we are going to start our session that will include a lot of or several presentations, several talks, and an online demonstration that will be held in our lab in Salamanca. And well, we will be covering different topics from some presentation of our products, presentation of our solutions, the clinical solutions that we are offering for the study of oncohematological and immunological malignancies. Also, some other presentations regarding scientific topics such as the use of multiple myeloma MRD in the clinical practice, how we are approaching COVID-19 analysis for monitoring of patients, for monitoring of the vaccine response, and so on. And also other sessions that we'll be covering, for example, Infinicyt, that will be covering the use of our instrument Omnicyt, and for example, the EuroFlow panels and how to use them in your clinical practice. So now for the first, well, we have here the schedule that we prepared here. Okay, so this will be our schedule for today. We are starting now with the Cytognos About Us session, and then we'll cover others as I explained. So now I would like to start this presentation. Okay. Yeah, I would like to explain to you a little bit about Cytognos and what we are doing. So Cytognos is a biotech company specializing in clinical flow cytometry, and we are offering complete solutions for oncohematology, clinical immunology, and clinical trials. These are the three main pillars that we are working on. Our goal is to help flow cytometry laboratories to provide this better patient care and to improve the laboratory efficiency. That's what we have been doing throughout the years by providing different solutions, different reagents, software, and medical devices. And our approach is that we will achieve both better patient care and improve laboratory efficiency through these standardized, more efficient, reproducible solutions. So we want to standardize the process, the clinical flow cytometry process, and that will allow us, well, by using some more efficient solutions, that will allow us to achieve our goals. And an important point that I would like to make is that our products are developed in close cooperation with different international institutions, universities, research centers, and other companies that hopefully will allow us to obtain the best tools for both our clinical customers and our research customers. So the company was founded in 1996. This Cytognos was born as a spin-off from the hematology department within the University of Salamanca. And well, of course, in the beginning, it started as a spin-off, but then it started to grow. And it was in 2006 that we actually had an important point in the history of the company, because it is the moment in which we joined the EuroFlow consortium. So EuroFlow consortium was a scientific consortium that started with funds from the European for the EU, and the aim of the EuroFlow consortium was to enlarge the knowledge and development of clinical flow cytometry for oncomatological malignancies. At this point also, this was when we started developing the Infinicyt software, one of the key products of our portfolio, and indeed one of our best sellers, that it's being currently used by more than 1,000 users all around the world. It was in 2012 that we started the commercialization of our lyophilized kits. Before that, we have been already providing other type of kits and combination of different antibodies that were used for the analysis of different malignancies and different type of analysis. But in 2012, we started commercializing these lyophilized kits. Some of them coming from our own research and development, and others in collaboration with the EuroFlow consortium. So including some of the panels that EuroFlow has developed throughout the years. Later, so having introduced Infinicyt in 2006, then the combination of antibodies of the different EuroFlow panels in 2012. In 2017, we introduced in Infinicyt the automated gating and identification tool. So this was a new software feature that actually allows you to obtain an automated analysis of your samples. Not only, the important thing is that this doesn't only include the analysis, but also the reporting. So actually, with this tool, you can standardize how you analyze the sample, no matter whether you are an expert or you are new or not so experienced flow cytometry user and clinician. You will be able to analyze the sample based on some reference patterns that are included within Infinicyt and that have been analyzed by expert users. And then this analysis will be performed on your sample, and the final result will be included into an standardized report that is generated, taking into account the let's say the consensus report that is currently being used in the clinical environment. So that's an important thing, because we want not only to standardize the analysis so that if several people analyze the same sample, they will obtain the same result, but also we want to standardize how different centers, different laboratories, even different clinicians are reporting the outcome and the analysis of the sample. It was a year later that we launched our first medical device, which is Omnicyt. Omnicyt is our CE-IVD flow cytometer with 3 lasers, up to 4 lasers if you upgrade the cytometer, 14 parameters in the default configuration, acoustic focusing, flat top lasers for enhanced precision and reproducibility. So we will be talking much more about it in the coming sessions. And an important thing, every day at 2, we'll have an online demonstration where 2 of my colleagues will be at the lab directly in our office in Salamanca, and they will be presenting how the Omnicyt works. They will be running a conversation, they will be acquiring an LST sample tube, and well, we really hope that you can join that session and you can clarify any doubt or comment that you might have. Also, in case you cannot join any of those sessions, or maybe if you want to get more information about that, actually you can request an online demonstration to us directly in our website. So if you go to our website, you can directly fill in some data about you, about your lab, and you can request this online demonstration just for you, for your colleagues, of course, free of charge, no problem about it. And well, 2 years ago already, well, time so fast, we opened our 2 new offices in USA and UK. These are our branch offices in these 2 countries where we are actually directly serving our clients. So we have our colleagues Irene in the USA and Dan and Chris in UK and Ireland, who will be serving our customers there. And yeah, you can place your orders directly to them or to our administration department. And well, we really hope that we can provide a much better customer support and customer experience for you because of the presence in your region. Well, the last 2 years, or the last year especially, has been quite different for all of us due to the pandemic. So one of our first or one of the key actions that we have been doing throughout the last months is that we have been developing other solutions, and we have been trying to develop new products that can address the COVID-19 pandemic that we are living. We developed or we kind of improved the use of some of our previous products for the analysis of the COVID-19. As I said, there are a few products that will be used for the immune monitoring of COVID-19 patients, so that you can actually measure how the patient is doing, just for example, after getting the disease, and you can monitor the disease 7 days later, 2 weeks later, and actually you see incredible changes in the immune system of the patient. So you can use the pilot for that. We have another talk related to that. And then we have other products and solutions that can be used, for example, to monitor the response to the vaccination. Vaccines are quite a topic these days, so I'm sure that you will be interested in that. Another thing that was presented in the last few months is actually the FDA CFR 21 Part 11 Infinicyt software compliance. So now Infinicyt software includes some specific features and tools that are compliant with this part of this regulation by the FDA, and actually that allows the user to have much more control over data privacy, data management, and how the access control to the different Infinicyt data, the Infinicyt files, the patient samples is managed. Okay. So yeah, Infinicyt now includes that data that allows you to have different passwords for different people, different rights for each user depending on your actual role within the lab, and we really hope that that's useful for you. Okay. So where are we? Well, Cytognos is based. The headquarters are based in Salamanca, in Spain, and this is where the company was born more than 20 years ago. And yeah, we have a few companies, most of the colleagues are working there in Salamanca, and others are based in Madrid. Now with the pandemic, some of us are working from home, but most of the people is working there in Salamanca, in the beautiful city of Salamanca, I must say. Then we have our offices in the USA and United Kingdom. This is where our subsidiaries are based, and this is where our colleagues Irene and Chris and are working from. And then we have another office in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam, where our colleague Maria is assisting our customers in this area, Central Europe and North Europe. Apart from that, of course, as you can see, we are working in lots of countries all around the world. We are currently serving more than 50 countries through our distribution network, and we are so thankful for them too, because they are actually the ones that allow us to serve so many customers as you are at the moment. Okay, so I don't want to get into a lot of detail here. Oh, no, I think I have, yeah, I jump a slide. So these are our headquarters in Salamanca. I just brought here these pictures because we actually opened new facilities recently. We renewed our offices, we built new offices too, and we really love them so much. So I wanted just to bring you here some pictures so that you can actually see them. And we, of course, we also built new lab facilities, new stock facilities, kitchen for us to have lunch now, and of course not that easy with COVID-19 now. But well, our offices and our buildings are currently renovated, and these are so nice. So I wanted to show them to you. And yeah, now coming back again to this. So I won't get into a lot of detail, but basically what Cytognos is doing is that we are developing a what we call the next generation flow solution that is based on the EuroFlow developments throughout the years. So our next generation flow solution is based on different elements that actually make up the whole flow cytometry process. So this generation flow solution has analyzed or has taken into account the panel design. So what are the most meaningful markers? What are the best conjugates? What is statistically validated? So the markers haven't been just decided through expert opinion or just personal experience. This has been decided based on the actual statistics and the analysis that was developed by the EuroFlow consortium, taking into account hundreds to thousands of samples, not only in one center. They were not analyzed only in one center, but actually in a multi-center setting. Actually, there were more than 10 to 12, a little bit more labs that have been analyzing or including their data within the EuroFlow research. The instrument setup, of course, must be also considered, and this includes both the calibration and the compensation. Luckily, this kind of configuration improves and it's easier for us flow cytometry users throughout the years because of the improvement of technology, but still instrument setup remains a very important question in our flow cytometry procedures in order to ensure reproducibility, stability of our results, and also compatibility with other centers. Sample processing is another element that have been analyzed, and basically for that EuroFlow designed a series of standard procedures that really standardize how the process works, and for example, a specific solution such as the backlysis for sample concentration in some cases and samples where you need to acquire thousands to millions of cells. And then two other important factors such as data acquisition and data analysis that will allow us, on the one hand, to increase our sensitivity when this is required. Again, for example, when you are analyzing multiple myeloma MRD and you want to acquire 10 million cells, not only you want to acquire them, but you want to do it fast. So that's a very important aspect. But then you also want them to identify your cells in a precise manner. So you need to have a very reproducible and accurate characterization of your normal and your abnormal phenotypes in order to do this in a right manner. Okay. Yeah, the slides are not in the right order, but we are more than 75 highly qualified employees, including quite a number of them with PhDs. Part of the team are product specialists. This is me, and these are my more than 10 colleagues working from all around the world, in Spain, UK, USA, Netherlands. We have been trained in the flow cytometry at the University of Salamanca, and we have, of course, a lot of different training and formation that allow us to help you and to bring our solutions to your lab and actually implement them in your clinical routine. Our sales network is in both international and international level, including internal sales and also distribution network. a high part of our employees are also software engineers that are actually developing Infinicyt. Infinicyt is completely developed in-house, so probably around 30 to 40% of our staff are software engineers who are working and coding every day in order to bring you the best software for multidimensional flow cytometry data analysis. Our lab technicians, of course, they're in charge of our research and development, production, manufacturing, and quality controls in order to ensure high quality development and manufacturing of our products. And of course, our wonderful administration staff is taking care of all the accounting and regulatory affairs, also shipments, just management of the company in order to ensure that everything runs smoothly, you receive your orders, and we can work in a happy environment. So yeah, we are glad to be providing you our next generation flow solutions that will help you both to improve your laboratory efficiency and to provide better patient care. This will be focused on our three main pillars: oncomatology. This is the first, let's say, field that we approach since the launch of the company in 1996. And then we also provide additional solutions that we have been improving throughout the last few years for clinical immunology, the study of primary immunodeficiencies, to clinical, and also for clinical trials. Let's stop here because now we'll have, again, in a few minutes, we'll start our second session, how to evaluate the quality of your flow cytometry files. And my colleague here will present a wonderful presentation regarding some of the most frequent problems with in the processing, acquisition, analysis of samples of different type of samples, and we'll be doing that. And well, just in case, I would like to show you also that you can visit our website now. Let me check. Cytognos.com. Okay, here we are at our website. And if you want to know more about the ESCCA program, you can just go here to events. And actually, if you go to the upcoming congresses and events, you are here the access to the ESCCA virtual conference. So in this website, you have access to all the content that we prepared for the ESCCA. You can download, well, here I'm inviting you to watch the talk that we have tomorrow. It will be in this room, the ESCCA Industrial Partner Presentation 3, tomorrow from 12 to 12:35. And this will cover minimal residual disease assessment and the current developments, the state of the art of the reporting, especially it will be focused on reporting of this disease. Then you can also download some of our brochures that we have available. And for you to know, we have 2 posters that are very interesting, including the EuroFlow panels for oncomatological diseases and primary immunodeficiencies. You can take a look at the program that we prepared for our private Zoom room, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We'll be here every day until 5, except Saturday. I will be finishing around 2:30. And as I said before, you can request here an online demonstration for Omnicyt if you want to request your Omnicyt private demo. Just fill in your data here, and we'll be glad to arrange that with you. And of course, don't hesitate to go to the virtual stand that we have and participate in the ESCCA raffle. This year, we are giving away a full year, 1 year Infinicyt license, advanced, of course, that will provide you access to the EuroFlow databases and 200 EuroFlow database accesses. So yeah, this will be very good for you if you want to test the databases. If you are actually using them, that will be wonderful because you will have access to a lot of database accesses that will be usable with your samples. So I will leave you for a few minutes, and in 2 minutes, actually, we will start with our next presentation. Thank you. Okay, I'm back now. We are going to start now the presentation, the second presentation, that will be, just a second, how to evaluate the quality of your flow cytometry files. This is a presentation by my colleague Anna, and this recorded. We'll be having both some recorded and some live sessions throughout the days. So yeah, I will leave you with it. And if you have any comment, if you have any doubt, please don't hesitate to write in the chat. My colleagues also are here, and they will be available if you have any doubt or comment. You can even request a private session with them if you want. So yeah, don't hesitate to write in the chat or request a session with us, and we'll be glad for that. For the moment, I will leave you now with this session. So let's go.
Welcome everyone to the Cytognos webinar. My name is Anna and I work as a product specialist in Cytognos. And today I'm going to present to you how we can assess the quality of our flow cytometry data. As you might know, flow cytometry is a very powerful technique that allows you to obtain high specific information, but this information will depend on the samples and their processing. And finally, this affects the clinical diagnostic and patient care. As we can see in this table, when we perform a good process, we will obtain good results. But when the processing is not good, the results will be bad. However, there is a possibility to reverse the situation. And that is what we are going to talk about in this webinar. Therefore, and knowing the importance of these factors, how can you know if our flow cytometry results are good enough for diagnosis of patient and clinical decision-making process? Regardless of the solution panels that we are using, there are several points in the clinical flow cytometry assay that must be considered in order to obtain good results. The points to pay special attention go from the pre-analytical phase, samples collection, transport and processing, through the sample staining and instrument setup, included the analytical phase, until the acquisition and reporting that are performed in the post-analytical phase of the assay. And starting with the first stage of the assay, there are several challenges that we might face as the sample collection, the use of anticoagulants, collection time, and also the different tissues you might receive in the lab. So let's start with the sample collection, since the way you're handling the sample affects the results. When analyzing a sample stained with MM MRD panel, as in this case, we can identify mast cells. This is very useful since the mast cells, more specifically the decrease of such bone marrow-specific cell populations, reflects the potential hemodilution of the sample. The information regarding the percentage of mast cells is also automatically included in the report, as well as the comments and suggestions about the quality of the sample. As in this case, where a decrease in the percentage of mast cells is observed, what suggests the sample possibly contaminated with peripheral blood. And this leads to suboptimal results because if you are evaluating a bone marrow sample and it's hemodiluted, the frequency and populations we find will be affected. Now, regarding to the different anticoagulants, it is well known that standardized sample processing, immunostaining procedures, and instruments calibration assure the quality and reproducibility of the flow cytometry data. However, sometimes sample collection and analysis cannot be performed at the same location and need to be shipped for central data acquisition. At this point, it is very important to choose the right anticoagulant depending on the studies you are performing, especially for those samples with low cellularity as cerebrospinal fluid. For this case, it has been proved that with EDTA anticoagulant, the cell population alterations are smaller compared with heparin. Well, it is very important to choose the right anticoagulant, and actually it has been proved that use of the EDTA is more recommended because it was found out that other reagents like heparin can decrease the expression of certain markers. For example, the downregulation of CD138 expression in plasma cells, which is related with their redistribution on the cell surface. Still related with the first stage of the assay, the sample collection time is another important point to have in consideration. As you can see in this image, when we acquire a sample 48 hours after collection, the percentage of debris will be high. In this case, means 70% of the total sample, compared to that acquired immediately after collecting the sample, whose percentage is less than 20%, since the viability of the cells is affected by the time leading to cell death. And this finally will decrease the sensitivity of the assay, since the limit of detection is proportional to the number of nucleated cells. Therefore, if the LOD is high, the percentage of aberrant cells must be higher to be above this value, and thus rely on our results. Please be aware, if you process the sample more than 36 hours after the collection, the percentage of debris will increase, which will decrease the sensitivity, as we have seen before in this presentation. And to finish this first section, it is also very important to have in consideration that a proper diagnostic process requires standardization in setting the optimal time frame between the material collection and the assay. Unfortunately, this might be difficult to achieve in daily practice, especially when the samples are collected outside of the office hours or require shipment to an external laboratory. As you can see in this image, the use of a fixative agent in a cerebrospinal fluid sample can prevent cellular loss and therefore avoid false negative results when compared with an unfixed sample. In the first row, we can see very clear the T cells and monocytes, even it is a low cellularity sample. However, the second line, which corresponds to an unfixed sample, the number of the events that we can identify is very reduced since the events die. Finally, this loss of cell population, especially in low cellularity samples, will have an impact in the results obtained and consequently affects the patient diagnostic. Now, going through the sample processing, there are different wash lysis protocols to have in consideration, like ammonium chloride sample concentration solution and fix and perm protocol. As you may know, depending on the application and studies to be performed, the selection of the lysis solution may change in order to obtain good quality results. In fact, depending on the used lysis solution and washing protocols, the distribution of the populations is affected, and we can observe overlapping and no separated populations, or even duplicated populations, instead of the classical distribution where the main leukocytes population, lymphocytes, monocytes, and neutrophils are clearly differentiated. And this may cause an unclear cell population distribution and identification. Okay, following the sample processing, when the MRD study started to be performed, the need of obtaining a sample with high level of sensitivity associated with a reduction in the costs was needed. At the beginning, the FACS lysis solution was used since it respected the percentage of blood populations and maintained a high percentage of leukocytes and low percentage of debris and doublets. But when MRD studies emerged, the need for acquiring more events also appeared. For that, the bulk lysis protocol was created, which maintains the percentage of leukocytes and each subpopulation. Even the percentage of debris can decrease compared with FACS lysis. And of course, the number of leukocytes acquired is higher when compared with FACS lysis protocol. So this will save money since the sample is concentrated, but also enhance the sensitivity of your sample and allows you to obtain a better result, contributing to improve the patient care. In this case, keep in mind that for studies with a high level of sensitivity required, it is very important the bulk lysis protocol to achieve the recommended sensitivity levels. Still related with the pre-analytical phase, one of the most common difficulties is the kappa-lambda separation. At the right, we can see an extreme example where the lambda-kappa distinction is not easy to see. In this case, we can think at the first sight, and with many doubts, that this can be a pathological sample with kappa restriction. However, we cannot be sure if this population is pathological or not, or if it's a processing problem that doesn't properly separate kappa lambda. If after processing you obtain an image similar to the one on the left side, we can consider in the previous case that the processing was incorrectly performed, and therefore it corresponds to a pathological sample. As we see, an insufficient or a lack in the separation of the different populations might complicate their identification, but also they rely on our results. Okay, going now through the sample staining within the analytical phase, the reagent titration is an aspect to take into account in order to improve the quality of your data. When designing a panel, the objective is to obtain the best separation between populations with the lowest amount of antibodies as possible, thus saving money. Usually, as we can clearly see in this diagram, the separation improves when more amount of antibody is used. When using low amount of antibody, the separation is not clear, and you will not be able to distinguish between negative, dimmer, or bright positive population. The most clear separation between populations is when using 7 or 10 microliters of antibody, but as the money is a limiting factor, 7 microliters is the best option in this case, because it also depends on the performed study or the lot that you are actually using. Okay, regarding to the hardware, our instruments have to be correctly set up, and we need to track the day-to-day performance to ensure consistent data over the time. For that, it is very important to put an eye in the instrument setup, calibration, and compensation. It is clear that the complete immunophenotyping of all populations of the sample is becoming increasingly important. That's why it's crucial to set up correctly the forward and side scatter. In this way, all of your cells of interest will be within the plots, as we can see in this diagram, where all the populations are correctly placed. If forward and side scatter are too high, as in this case, it can be difficult to clearly gauge on the single cells and we can lose populations. But also, if the forward scatter is set too low, the percentage of debris that we obtain will be higher, which causes the decrease of the sensitivity. Therefore, no optimal instrument setup can lead to inappropriate subset characterization and loss of information. In the same way, and in order to obtain the populations always in the same position within the diagram and not out of scale or in the next channel, we have to pay attention on how the calibration is performed in your instrument. If the intensity of each fluorescence is not adequate, there is the risk of losing important subsets as neutrophils or eosinophils, as you can see in this image. For those who don't use calibration particles, just take into account the importance of using it in order to obtain the population within the plot. And now, to complete this section, we will focus our attention in the compensation. This term refers to the process of correcting the fluorescence spillover, for example, removing the signal of any given fluorochrome from all detectors except the one devoted to measuring that dye, avoiding the contamination by the spillover. This process is needed because without an adequate compensation, we can define as positive populations that are not really positive for this marker and vice versa, leading to no reliable results. Therefore, the compensation is important, but in some cases might seem tricky, although it can be solved performing a generic or specific compensation. We do recommend to perform a specific compensation because the requirements to correct the spillover may be different when you change the lot, for example, or even the manufacturer. Following the workflow of a flow cytometry study after the staining, we have to acquire the sample. When acquiring a sample, our aim is to perform it in homogeneous conditions without changes in the instrument like the pressure, lazy instability, or cell clamping. This will allow you to obtain a right display of events for the future assignment, as we can see in this dot plot. If during acquisition we run into issues such as unstable flow, clogging, or air bubbles that leads to poor results, in other words, the events overlap and they will not be properly separated and displayed, and as a consequence, you might identify the populations with less specific criteria. If you are facing this kind of issues very often, one option is to make sure that the sample you are working with is homogeneous, or also make sure the good functionality of your instrument. Collecting a large number of events is another challenge in the clinical routine lab, especially in those performing MRD studies in order to reach the required sensitivity, which has been shown with clinical relevance. However, not always is easy to know if your assay is sensitive enough. Indeed, as you can see in these plots, when acquire a low number of events, it's more difficult to identify the clonal plasma cells in the MM MRD assay in comparison with when we acquired 10 million of events in total. This approach has been extensively validated and increased the confidence in the identification of abnormal plasma cells, even when the frequency is close to the LLD and LLOQ. And this finally will have an impact in the way that the clinicians evaluate the response to treatment. Keep in mind the aim of working with high sensitivity studies is to be able to detect the residual cells at the very low levels that are related with relapse. So if you achieve a high sensitivity in your studies, you will improve the patient care as well. And finally, at the end of the post-analytical phase, we need to report those results. When comes the point of reporting the results, sometimes the institutions face some problems. For example, depending on the type of the disease, not all people have the same knowledge, leading to a high subjectivity of the results. Actually, the main objective is to obtain homogeneous and comparable results, not only intra-laboratory, but also between them. To shape this idea, imagine that you are working with a sample with a suspicious of multiple myeloma minimal residual disease. It is known that the complete immunophenotype profile of a patient gives relevant information of survival. However, it also means that there are more populations to analyze subject to interpretation. Due to this subjectivity, it is very important to have the possibility to compare the results in order to diagnose properly the patient. Therefore, the standardization of the process allows you to improve laboratory efficiency and enhance the patient care because no matter where you are, the results will be comparable. So until now, we have seen different issues that can affect workflow in the lab. During the time we have left, I would like to show you how to evaluate the quality of your sample using the tools included in the Infinicyt software. So let's jump to the software. As Infinicyt allows you to merge or open several files at the same time, I'm going to load the 2 files obtained after sample staining with MM MRD panel. Each time you load more than one file, the file merge window appears. The file list shows you the files you are loading and the order, but also includes information related with the parameters in your files. When clicking on Analysis, actually what the software is doing is merging the 2 files. Infinicyt automatically opens the default profile if it is the first time you open the software or the last used profile, as in this case. Okay. As you can see, we have a sample of 5.9 million of events, 2.8 million from tube 1, and 3.1 from tube 2. If you remember, during the presentation, we have seen the proposed number of events to acquire is 10 million in order to achieve the recommended sensitivity. To reach this point and concentrate the sample, the book lysis protocol is highly recommended. Okay, now before the analysis, we have to check the quality of our sample. I mean, the chronology of the acquisition of events. As Infinicyt allows you to create several desktops, in this case, we have created a desktop with all parameters against time. This will allow you to verify if the acquisition of each individual file and the staining of the common markers were made correctly and in the same way in all the files. As this verification should be done to each tube individually, you can visualize the events from tube 1 using this drop-down menu and in the same way actually from the tube 2. In this case, we have found some issues at the end of the acquisition that we can exclude them and afterwards analyze only the rest of the sample. For that, first, you can create one population and name it. For example, you can use events to be exported to assign all the events you want to maintain as correct events. Then you should select only tube 1 in one of the diagrams, get all the correct events, and assign them to this population. After that, you actually can do the same for the tube 2. I mean, you can draw a gate to select the correct events and assign them in the same way to the population label. Then go to File, Export File, and select in the Export Population tab only the population with the correct events to be exported. Later on, select the option Save as Separated Files and click on Save As. Give a name to the files, for example, File Without Issues. And select the folder where you actually want to store them. The files will be saved in the FCS format containing only the correct events. Keep also in mind, we are working in this case with the time with large files, so it also depends the characteristics of your computer. Okay, it's almost there. Good. Once the files are saved, close the current file and open the exported files from the folder where you stored them before. At this point, it shows up again the merge window with information for both tube and all parameters. Now, you need to wait a bit, some seconds.
And open again the analysis desktop through the diagram option.
Okay. We are almost there. Okay, as you see, the distribution of the events changed because we are working only with the correct events. So we'll be able to find the files in a more accurate way. Still, using the desktop application, you will see how to check if the compensation has been properly calculated and correct it manually in case if you find any compensation issue with a fluorochrom. For example, in this case, we are going to start checking the brilliant violet 421. For that, right-click on a diagram, choose Diagram Configuration, and here, the negative visibility configuration. Here, set the negativity value to the maximum, 20% for all the parameters, and apply it. If the compensation is correctly set up, we should observe the events close to 0 in a straight line in both axes of the dot plot, as in this case. If for one side the events go down from the straight line, that means we have overcompensation issues. On the other hand, if the events go up from the straight line, means we have undercompensation issues, which, if you remember, could guide you to unclear results. To correct the situation, right-click again on the diagram to assess the compensation matrix. In the compensation matrix, we can modify the value for the corresponding fluorochrom. For example, you can adjust it with the value that you want. And you will get the events in a straight line. Also, be aware that the compensations should be modified tube by tube. Once you reach the desirable compensation value for each tube, click on OK to apply the changes. Finally, with the analysis, we should restore the initial negativity visibility value by clicking on the automatic negativity box. Okay. Now we are ready to analyze the files. In this case, in order to save time, we are going to open the same file already analyzed using the automated gating and identification tool. The outcome of the comparison of the sample against the EuroFlow databases is a file completely analyzed, no matter the processing protocol you are using. Indeed, in the MM MRD panel, we are working with different processing protocols. For instance, in the one, we go through a lysing procedure because you are working with surface markers. And in tube 2,
we use a permeabilizing solution
because for this case, we are using surface but also cytoplasmatic markers. Reason why the median values from both tubes should look a little bit different. Although It's something that is not going to affect your results, and you will be able to identify all the populations. For example, we can see B-cell population, where we can make some distinctions between, for example, mature precursors and kappa lambda markers for one side. Then T, NK, and basophils are actually included in the same label. Then eosinophils and neutrophils. To sum up, the using of standardized protocols will allow you to have consistency in your assays and obtain the normal populations within the plot, not losing any important information that can be reflected in the statistics. Still related with this statistics section, Infinicyt gives you the possibility to check the values of forward and side scatter that needs to be done population with less probability to be affected by a pathology. For example, in this case, for MM MRD sample, we can use the TNK and basophils. That includes around 72,000 in the tube 1 and around 18,000 for tube 2. Actually, values slightly above the EuroFlow recommendation for this cytometer. Here, at the upper part of the statistics tree, you still can find information about the percentage of debris, but also the mast cells. As we can see for this sample, the percentage of nucleated cells is around 80% and debris 14.3%. This information is also important because it indicates the quality of your sample. A high percentage of debris for MRD above 20% is associated with an old sample or processing issues. The automatic gating and identification allows you to identify the mast cells, which is related with hemodilution. In fact, a decrease in the frequency of mast cells may indicate a sample possible contaminated with peripheral blood. If you get this kind of results very often, one option to avoid it is to work with the first pool aspirate. However, all this information together with predefined database-specific alerts and comments is summarized in the automatic report, where you can find this option on the right side in the small toolbar in Infinicyt. Okay, as a first, you can see the cellularity table that displays the percentage of the main populations referred to the nucleated cells, that is the frequency. The values which are out of range compared with the normal reference values for these populations are displayed in bold, as mast cells, for example. But also, you can find additional information about this population at the end of this report in the section of comments and conclusion. The debris information is also included because it has an impact on the sensitivity. As we saw during this presentation, the LOD is proportional to the number of nucleated cells and therefore inversely proportional to the debris. To sum up all this information about the sample quality, you also can find it resumed in the last section of the report, together with the conclusions related with the kind of the studies that you are actually performing in the lab. How to evaluate the quality of your sample, knowing that even small details in the lab workflow can affect the diagnosis of and patient care. In addition to these tips that we have shown during this section, we also prepare for you some material with more detailed information to overcome these limitations. You can find this material and more information in the Cytognos webpage in the section Facts and as you can see in this screenshot. However, if you face any issue, you can always contact Cytognos, whose technical support service could help you in any step of the process, from the pre to the post-analytical phase. At this point, you have reached the end. I hope we have enjoyed it. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to see you soon. Welcome everyone to the Cytognos webinar. My name is Anna, and I work as a product specialist
Okay, so I hope that you like this presentation. It was really detailed and well, it went deep, quite deep in some of the topics that we were covering regarding the evaluation of the quality of your flow cytometry files, and yeah, how you can actually either improve the quality of your files, how can you check what's the quality of your files, and also just a few tips on how to do that either with Infinicyt or just by analyzing your samples with any other software. I'm wondering whether someone has any comment or question regarding this topic and what we just saw. If you have any doubt or comment, please don't hesitate to let me know through the chat. And well, if you want, you can also let me know, and I will allow you to unmute yourself so that we can even have a conversation directly here. Okay, so don't hesitate to write in the chat, and we'll do that. How do you access? Well, Murray Fee is asking, how do you access the desktop applications? What kind of desktop applications? What do you mean? For the moment, I was also thinking to show you how the fax is shown in our website. So I just visited our website. Yeah. How do you access the desktop application where you set up the diagram for time compensation? Okay, I will come back to that just now. I think, let me check. I will open Infinicyt here. We'll write that down, and someone, if someone can please write to Murray Fee. Please, some of my colleagues, they will write you just to make sure that we can solve that out. And Anka is asking, can we have access to the presentations after the conference? Yeah, this is being recorded at the moment. We really hope that this session will be recorded from the beginning. We started 1 hour ago at 10 until the end around 5 p.m. this afternoon. So everything will be recorded. And yeah, we'll hopefully provide that to you in the coming days. If that wasn't possible, of course, we will share the videos, or we'll share the presentations as we'll need to find a solution. Okay, but yeah, it's being recorded at the moment, and I think you can see that in the session now. I was saying that in the Cytognos website here, you can visit cytognos.com and you can access our frequently asked questions. Indeed, this is a new website that we presented a few months ago. And well, if you go down here in the bottom of the website, you have access to the facts. So yeah, here we have several, well, quite a lot of questions regarding Infinicyt. So these are all regarding Infinicyt: basic analysis, report, automatic gating, statistics, file merge, how the licenses work, using the compass tool, maturation, compensation. And we recently included these additional questions regarding reagents. So these cover more or less the kind of information that we have been analyzing or that we have seen in this webinar today. So if I just click here, it will go down, and you see that there are a few questions here. How can I assess the quality of my sample in multiple myeloma MRD? What's the aim of analyzing mast cells? So here we are covering what's the intention or why we are analyzing mast cells, what's the reason for that, and well, actually mast cells were this is referenced by EuroFlow, mast cells are present in the bone marrow and they are not present in the peripheral blood. So in the moment that you experience a decrease in the percentage or frequency of mast cells, it might be because of hemodilution. There might be more peripheral blood in your bone marrow sample, and that's why the number decreases. There are resources for all of these questions, or for most of them, there are resources. And if you just click here, well, this will bring you, for example, to the EuroFlow consortium. So you can there access the EuroFlow protocols for, in this case, for bone marrow collection and MRD measurement. And here we also have access to the next generation flow paper on multiple myeloma MRD. There are many other questions regarding the anticoagulant used for multiple myeloma MRD, sample collection time, a comparison of the sensitivity. So the more cells that you acquire, the more sensible your analysis will be. And well, many others. I won't get into detail here because it will be complex, of course. But if you want to answer some of your questions, please visit our website, facts, as I said, cytognos.com. At the bottom of the website, you can find this quick access to the facts. And here you have a lot of questions. Of course, if you have any other comment and you cannot solve it, please don't hesitate to contact us. And if you click there, you will go to the contact us support. So you can fill in your form and your questions here, and we'll make our best to help you. As I said, please don't hesitate to ask now in the chat, and we'll be covering that. Because Fiona is asking here about the how to access the diagram for time and compensation. I actually open Infinicyt here. Let me just bring it to this window. I'm trying to do that now. Okay. Oops. So I'm opening Infinicyt now, and well, I must say that actually we have a session on Infinicyt analysis that will be starting in 20 minutes. Multidimensional spectral analysis with Infinicyt. We'll be having this session, half an hour, on how to do this multidimensional analysis, and then we'll have another half an hour session on Infinicyt, where you will be able to ask anything you want. My colleague Karina will be here, and she will be with Infinicyt. She will be working with some files, but there you can join us and just ask us for anything that you want, and she will be showing you how to do that with Infinicyt. So now I'm going to find some file here. Okay. So I'm going to drag and drop a file here to Infinicyt. I'm putting this here. I'm going to load the default profile. And well, because I'm working with two screens, at the moment I need to put all my diagrams there. But, so here we are. And well, in Infinicyt, there are a few, all these diagrams are working in different windows. For those of you that don't know about Infinicyt. So now I want to order all these diagrams here. So I just click here, diagram style, screen one, and everything is now ordered. I think the question was regarding, let me go back again. How can I access the different applications, or how can I set up the diagram for time and compensation? Well, if you want to open, for example, I want to analyze them. Oh, sorry, this file doesn't have time, so I won't be able to do it with this one. Let me find another file. I have another one around here. Yep. Okay. And this doesn't have file either, time either. Oh, none of the files that I'm opening have any time, so I will find another one. Okay, this has time. So these are multiple myeloma tube. Well, a multiple myeloma sample indeed. These are two tubes that I'm opening together. So I will put a few diagrams here. Again, I'm gonna order them through tile screen one. And well, you can see that there are two tubes here because I have tube 1 here and tube 2. So in tube 1, there are 2 million events in tube 1 and almost 2 million events in tube 2. Of course, the ideal thing here would be that there were the same number of events in both tubes for quality purposes. And well, what we wanted to see is that actually, if you right-click here and press on time, you can see now the comparison between, well, you can display in the diagram site scatter against time. I will display just one file for the sake of the example. And well, you see how in this sample, we can clearly see that something is happening with the quality. This site scatter, so it's just the size of the cells. And then along time, you see how there is a difference between the density of the acquisition here and here. It seems that there are less events in the first section of this parameter. So probably what usually happens in this case is that from 0 to this point, the acquisition was in medium speed, or maybe it was in lower speed. And then at this point, the acquisition speed was changed to fast. So that's why the number of events were acquired were higher, and then that's why there's a higher density there. So anyway, if you want to show to display all the parameters against time, you just right click here, time, create all 2D with time. So all these diagrams will appear on your screens. Again, because I have two screens, I have them in my two screens here. But you can see here a comparison of all your diagrams against time. I will tile them here. I will close those that are not with time. Okay. You see all the diagrams, all the parameters against time. And well, something again interesting. You see that at some point there are clearly a few things that we can see just by using this comparison. First, the density of acquired events is higher at this point, probably because the speed of acquisition was changed. Second, something happened here. Indeed, you see again that the density in this case is very low. Here we can compare the file number is a virtual parameter that is created in Infinicyt that represents every single event in a line. So they are like in a single line. The first event that was carried, the second, the third, like that. And that's, you can see here how the number of events acquired here goes lower, then it increases, and then it decreases suddenly. What's the reason here? What happened here in this case, in this sample? Well, this is because at the end of the acquisition, the tube ran out of sample. So the cytometer started acquiring air. There was no more sample to acquire, and so there are no more events there. What happens here? Well, because of the acquisition of bubbles and air, it completely changes the visualization of the other events. So all these events here that I'm gating them, I can gate on them. You see that when I gate them here, they are also selected in the other parameter, in the other diagrams. And you can assign them to the Brian doublets, well, or you can just assign them to any other population because you don't want to analyze them. And yeah, if you want to find more information about the desktops, here when you open a diagram, a file, sorry, usually you will have just analysis desktop 1. But in this file, I will create two desktops, two different desktops. In the analysis desktop 1, I will open it. Well, I will reset the sample. I will reopen it again, just for you to see. So this is the multiple myeloma sample again, same tube. So when you open the sample with the analysis desktop 1, what it contains here is all the diagrams that are used in order to analyze the multiple myeloma sample. So when we analyze a multiple myeloma sample, we use all these diagrams. Let me just bring them here for you to see them. There are a lot, of course, because it's a very complex analysis. This one, I'm missing one. Okay, so I'm gonna tile them as always. Okay, so these are all the diagrams that we use usually in order to analyze a multiple myeloma sample. We have forward size scatter, we have kappa lambda, we have 38 against 45, 138. When I select the analysis desktop number 2, what I have here are some other diagrams that are used for quality control purposes. So when I open it, what do I have here? Actually, I have the same that I showed you before. So all the diagrams against time. So this is a profile. A profile is like a template that we have in Infinicyt that I created for that purpose. So now in the desktop number 2, I have the quality diagrams. If I open again the desktop number 1, you see it comes back to the analysis. So the good thing about the desktop is that you can actually change between one and the other. And well, you can actually open them and change them if you go to profile, configure, and here diagrams, list of diagrams. You see I have here 2 different analysis desktops. One includes the diagrams for the analysis. You see here there is a list of diagrams including all these parameters. And then in the second one, we have this is the inactive one. This is not open at the moment, and I have all the time parameter against all the parameters. Okay. Yeah, as my colleague Karina said, This can be a bit complicated. Just to explain now. So if you want to add new desktop, edit desktop, or delete all the desktops, you can do it there. But if you want to have more information about that, I suggest that we can arrange a meeting, and or we can talk through email, and we'll be able to help you much more. For the moment, as I said, now let me close Infinicyt. We close that now. And actually, we are having a new session just in 7 minutes, multidimensional spectral analysis with Infinicyt. So my colleague Maria here will be explaining how to analyze, how to use Infinicyt to analyze multidimensional flow cytometry. And I think it will be covering also this spectral file. So that will be quite interesting. I would be glad to learn about that too. So yeah, I will leave you with that. Just 7 minutes waiting more. I will put that for you. Let's put a counter there. So 7 minutes for that. Thank you, and see you in a moment. Okay. Well, the timer has come to an end. So now we'll be having this session on multidimensional spectral analysis with Infinicyt. Thank you all for being here. We have quite a number of people now. So yeah, we'll be having this session regarding Infinicyt and how to use it for the analysis of your multidimensional samples. Let me check now. I will open the presentation. This will be also recorded, okay? So this will be around 25 minutes of presentation. And then again, if you have any doubt or comment, please don't hesitate to write in the chat. Even in the meantime, my colleagues and me will be trying to cover all of them either during the session or after the session, okay? So let's open that now. I will put that here. And I will leave you with that.
Hello everybody, welcome to this session called Multidimensional and Spectral Analysis with Infinicyt. My name is Maria Ochoa Gonzalez and I'm product specialist from Cytognos in the Benelux. For the following half an hour, I would like to show you how you can approach the analysis of files coming from the spectral cytometers by using Infinicyt. So first, I would like to introduce you Infinicyt analysis software. Infinicyt is an analysis software of multicolor flow cytometry data, which is compatible with all the type of cytometers and manufacturers. So it's totally compatible with files coming, for example, from the Aurora cytometer. This software has some multivariate tools, like multiparametric diagrams and some other tools that we will see during the demo. It is very efficient and sensitive, which is important when processing large files like the ones coming from the spectral cytometers which have a lot of parameters and also a lot of events. Also within the software you have some tools that will allow you to make this analysis reproducible, like the analysis strategy tool and the automated analysis tools. Before starting, I would also like to explain some of the characteristics that are specific from the files coming from the spectral analyzers. We are working with files with a lot of parameters, more than 20, and this kind of analysis is quite complex, so you need to approach it in a different way. Also, in the case of the files coming from the spectral flow cytometers, you need to perform a spectral unmixing on the acquisition software before being able to open the file on Infinicyt. So you need to unmix the file on the software, export the FCS file, and this file you will be able to analyze it with Infinicyt. So now let's see the Infinicyt analysis workflow. So the first step would be to define the main populations that you would like to analyze. Once you define them, you will need to create a desktop for analyzing each population group. And this desktop will include the diagrams with the parameters that you require to identify the study populations. The diagrams can be a combination of dot plots, APS, parameter bands. We will see later an example of analysis and desktops. Afterwards, you will start the analysis by combining the hand gating with the clustering. Once you finish the analysis, you will perform the data interpretation, And in the case that you need to perform a statistical analysis, then you could export the data in a CSV format. So this is an example of the desktop that I have created for this demo. So afterwards, when we analyze the demo file, we will work with a data cleaning desktop. That will be the first step. Then once we clean the populations, the events, we will start splitting them into the main cell lines, so monocytes, lymphocytes, basophils, and dendritic cells. And then we will focus in each of the populations. So for example, we will create a desktop for analyzing all the lymphocyte subpopulations. Then if we want to focus in any of the lymphocyte subpopulations, we will create another desktop, and so on. So you start creating a desktop for cleaning, then you will go one step further and split in main populations, and from there you will go into the subpopulations. In order to perform the analysis, you have a lot of possibilities within Infinicyt. You have, for example, the conventional dot plots, and you can use different representations, for example, the median value. You can represent the contour lines. You have 3D plots. You have the conventional histograms. You also have the box plots. We have the APS. We will explain later during the demo more into detail what is this diagram. We have the population band histogram. So here we are comparing one diagram that we have here in the x-axis within the different populations that we have in each band. And we also have the parameter band dot plots. So here each band is a different parameter, so you can get an overview of the whole phenotype. Once you finish the analysis, if you need to perform a statistical analysis, as I said, you will export the data in a CSV format and make the analysis in a statistical software. Also within Infinicyt, you could create functions and also virtual parameters. So now let's jump into the demo. Before opening the software, I would like to explain you a little bit about the panel that I'm going to analyze. It is a 40-color panel coming from this publication. And the panel has markers that allow you to identify the main cell subsets that you can find in human peripheral blood. Like the lymphocytes, basophils, dendritic cells, and monocytes. So now let's see on Infinicyt how we will approach the analysis. So now let's open the software. For the ones of you that are not familiar with Infinicyt, this is the main window. So in order to open the file, we just click on Analysis, we select the file, and now the file is opening. The first thing that we need to do is to load the profile, that is the analysis template. In my case, I have already loaded the demo ESCCA profile. And in the profile, you always have on the right side the population tree. And on the left side of the screen, you have the different diagrams that you use for the analysis. As I explained during the presentation, in this case, we will approach the analysis by using different desktops. And with each desktop, we will analyze a different population. The first desktop that we need is the cleaning desktop, because first we are going to remove all the debris and the dead cells. So I need to load it. And this desktop contains different dot plots with the markers that I need for cleaning my events. So time against forward scatter area against forward scatter haze for removing the doublets. forward scatter area against forward scatter, site scatter, sorry, and CD45 against the live death marker. Also, we have here several APS diagrams. APS stands for Automatic Population Separator, and it is a diagram that is exclusive from Infinicyt. So what is doing the APS is using all the parameters that you have in the panel in order to give you the vessel cluster separation, or the parameters that you are using or selecting. In this case, I have just selected the 5 parameters that I need for cleaning my cells. So the advantages of the APS is, one, that is giving you the vessel cluster separation, and second, that is representing all the parameters in 2 dimensions. So in that way, we can gauge them. So let's start the analysis. We will use a combination of the dot plots and the APS. So first, let's select my cells on the time against forward scatter area diagram. We just select the singlets. Okay, live cells. I remove the rest of the events of the analysis. And now I can continue by using the APS. Here I can get the clusters and then check into the dot plots what is this cluster. So for example, I get this cluster here, and then I see on the dot plots that these cells are dead cells because they are positive for the live death marker. Again, I remove them, and you see that the APS is always recalculating. So the objective in this first step is to clean the file as fast as much as possible, and you know that it's cleaned when you have more or less a homogeneous population. So this is also debris. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so let's leave it like this. Probably we can remove some events more, but for now, for the demo, we can stop here. So once you have your live cells selected, you will start splitting them in the main cell population, so monocytes, lymphocytes, basophils, and dendritic cells. For this aim, we need to switch the desktop into the cell lines desktop. And here I have again some dot plots with the markers that I need to identify the main cell population, so CD45, CD14, HLA-DR, CD123, forward scatter and site scatter. I have some APS with the markers that I need to identify the main cell lines, and in this case I have a parameter band dot plot with these markers. The parameter band dot plot is useful for identifying the cells when I get on the APS, and also for comparing the phenotype within the different populations. So let's start gating. For example, I will gate this cluster here. I see that it's an area of lymphocytes, but I'm also gating the basophils. So I will redefine my gates on the dot plots by gating the basophils that are CD123 positive and HLA-DR negative. Then I gate this cluster. Those are dendritic cells that are double positive for HLA-DR and CD123, and also in the area of lymphocytes. And now I continue with analysis by using the APS. Those are mainly lymphocytes. I will clean a little bit the population. Okay, now it's recalculating again. This is debris. Now I have this population here. This is mainly lymphocytes. Okay, now let's see what this is. This is again debris, so I remove it. And then the rest is mainly monocytes. I can clean a bit on this diagram by inverting the gates. And the rest of the events are monocytes. So now I have finished with the main cell populations, and I can show them. I can display them on the plots and also on the parameter band dot plot and compare the phenotype. If we want to go further with analysis, we will just leave visible the population that we want to analyze at that moment, for example, the lymphocytes, and you will switch the desktop. So now I have another desktop for identifying the different lymphocytes subpopulations. And let's see how to do it. So here I have some dot plots with the markers that allow you to identify the different lymphocyte subpopulations like CD45, CD3, TCR gamma delta, 19, CD19, CD20, CD56, then CD4 and CD8 for the for the T cells, and the CD25 and the CD127. Again, I have some APS with the markers that I need to identify the different subpopulations, and I have a parameter band dot plot with those markers. So let's see how to approach the analysis. I will get, for example, this cluster here, and I check into the dot plots which is the phenotype. So I see that those events are CD20 and CD19 positive, so those are my B cells, and I can also redefine them by using the dot plots. Now I get this cluster here, and I check in the parameter band the phenotype. So those events are 56 positive, CD3 negative, CD19 negative. So those are my NK cells. I can also clean them a bit on the plots, dot plots. Okay, NK. And I remove them from the analysis. Now I will identify my TCR gamma delta T cells, and now I can continue with analysis. For example, I can get this cluster here. Those are my CD8 T cells. Here, those are my CD8 and CD4 positive T cells. Those are my CD4 positive T cells. And the rest are the double negative T cells. So now I have identified all the lymphocyte subsets. And for example, if I want to compare the phenotype, I could leave the different T cell subpopulations and have a look into the parameter band dot plots. If we want to continue with analysis of any of the populations, the approach will be the same. We just leave the population visible and we switch the desktop. So now let's analyze the CD4 T cells. And in this case, I will use another approach for the analysis because I will use the clustering tool. The advantage of the clustering tool is that we are performing an objective analysis, and an analysis that is reproducible and independent from the operator. So it does not matter who performs the analysis, because the result will be always the same. So before applying the clustering, I will remove the T-Rex from the analysis by gating on the CD25 against CD27 dot plots. And then I will perform the analysis just by using the parameters that are relevant for identifying the CD4 T cell subpopulations, which are the CCR7, CD45RA, CD28, CD27, CXCR5, and CXCR7. So now let's apply the clustering. I'm displaying. The way the software makes the clustering is by calculating the density for each event and then joining the events according to the density. I will not go into detail for explaining the clustering tool, but if anybody wants to know more into detail how this tool works, feel free to contact us and we will be pleased to explain you more. So now I have all the clusters that the software could find within my CD4 T cells. So let's see how we will approach this analysis. First, I will just leave visible the populations with more events. Okay. And now we are going to use the conventional dot plots in order to identify the cluster. So if we start with cluster number 1, we see that it is in the area of naive T cells according to the phenotype of CCR7 and CD45RA. So it is double positive for both markers. So now I will just create the naive population and select those events and assign them to the corresponding population. If we look into the plot, we see that in the same area we also have another clustering with this red cluster. So I just leave the naive CD4 T cells and the cluster number 5, and I check the parameters. Normally, if we had performed a manual gating, we will just identify one naive population, but the software is able to identify 2 clusters. If we look to the APS, we see clearly 2 clusters. And in addition, we can check on the APS which markers are different within those clusters. Oh, sorry. So the marker that is more different within those 2 clusters is CXCR3 and then CD45RA. So the APS is not only useful for gating my populations, but it's also really useful for seeing which parameters are more significant for differentiating 2 cell clusters. Also, it is quite useful to use the parameter band histogram in order to compare 2 clusters, because here we can get an overview of the whole phenotype of the cell populations that we are displaying. In this case, when we display the 2 clusters of naive CD4 T cells, we see that the markers that are different are CD45RA, CCR7, then CD95, CD25, and CXCR7, as we saw in the APS. So as said, this diagram is also very useful for getting an overview of the whole phenotype of the markers that we have in the panel. So for the demo, we will stop here because it is impossible to finish the analysis in 30 minutes. But if you are interested in seeing more into detail how we will perform the whole analysis, or you want to have a look into your own files, just let us know. I hope that you got a picture about how to approach the analysis with Infinicyt. So if you want to get more information about our next generation flow solution, feel free to contact us. You can mail us to our support email, and our support team will be pleased to help you further. So thank you very much for sharing with me those 30 minutes. And I hope that you have enjoyed, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the session. So thank you very much. Hello, everyone.
Okay, I'm back now. How do you find this session? I hope that you liked it. Well, Maria did cover quite a lot of details about the analysis of not only a spectral, what she was referring to in the beginning, related to the mixing of the different parameters, how that process works, but also the analysis of multidimensional files in general in Infinicyt. As you saw, she also showed some interesting information about, and also the procedure on how to use the analysis desktops feature in Infinicyt that allows you to actually have a set of diagrams for your quality analysis, and then other diagrams for your for the analysis of some populations. You might have others in order to check the final result of your analysis, and maybe later, well, at the end, you can actually put that into your report and report that either for research or for clinical purposes. Just in 3 minutes, we'll start another session with my colleague Karina, that will be covering again Infinicyt analysis, and actually she will be available for any question or comment that you may have regarding how to use Infinicyt for flow cytometry analysis. And then we'll come back. I will come back indeed in order to start our online demonstration live connection to the lab in Salamanca. So yeah, we will be having a live connection to the lab in Salamanca every day from 12:30 to 2. So you can get more information there in our website. But yeah, during this Omnicyt live presentation, we'll be covering first an overview of our instrument, both from the technical perspective and from for more like how to use the instrument and what are the insightful information about that and how to use that in your laboratory. And then we'll be having also some practical experience on the instrument by acquiring a few samples for compensation purposes, and also running samples of the LST tube. Another add that I would like to make is that tomorrow we'll have this session in the room of the industrial partner number 3. This is available in the program, as you can check there. And this will be covering the multiple myeloma MRD state-of-the-art technology. So we'll be showing Maria, my colleague Maria, product specialist at Cytognos, will be covering how we approach multiple myeloma analysis, and especially what's the reporting that we use in our software, and what's actually the consensus reporting. our current report for multiple myeloma is not only based on our experience or our industrial experience, but also based on the consensus papers and references available in Europe, in the States, and of course all throughout the world. So yeah, my colleague Karina should be here now. Let me check for a second, and I will be sharing the ownership of this presentation to her in order so that she can actually present you her talk. Just a second now.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so this session is prepared for to answer any questions that you might have. So you can share in the chat if you have any new questions. In the meantime, I have prepared a demo that I would like to show you, to you regarding the APS until you have some questions, and then I can show you whatever is your doubts regarding the Infinicyt. Okay, so I believe most of you are familiar with the Infinicyt software. So basically this is the version 2.0, which has a bit of a different look than the previous versions. So we have the guided modules, the analysis and databases. We are going now to enter in the analysis module, okay? And here we are going to open a previously analyzed file. Okay, these files have the extensions CIT, okay? And wait, I think it's here. It's full, isn't? Just a second, please. Okay. Sorry. It's here. Okay. So this is the name of the file, and now it's going to load. Okay. It's already open with a previously defined profile. So basically what we did here is to export the file only with the B cells, okay? And the B cells we have separated in different stages, from immature, naive, okay? Naive positive CD5, naive CD5 negative, memory T cells, okay? Memory, which are memory IgD positive and IgD negative, okay? And also we have some normal plasma cells, okay? So what happens when we have a new file, and we can sort of use this as a reference image, and we want to compare this new file and know which stage of in which stage a certain population is, okay? So basically we can merge a file that's not analyzed, okay? Files, okay? And you can see that to do this comparison, the files must have exactly the same parameters. So you see here that they are all common, okay? When I click OK, the software will merge both files, okay? If I put everything visible, you can see here the back events are from the second file. If you really want to confirm it, you can go here to this combo box and click on first, okay, which is the file merge that we had before, and then the second file, okay? So what we are going to do first is to identify the B cells, okay? So to identify the B cells, we need to have a CD19, okay? So we are going to gate on CD19. Okay. In Infinicyt, you can do multiple gates. So the events that are going to be selected are the events that are present in all the gates that I am doing, okay? So first CD19, then we can clean it better in 4-site scatter, okay? And also we can remove the debris and the doublets from here, okay? So this is the population from B cells that we don't know what it is, okay? So we can just ask which population it is, okay? And then since we have another, like a reference database from all the normal populations, we can just put these populations visible, okay? And then put the red population also visible to know what it is. We have to select all files, okay? And here you can see, which is interesting in the APS, that they completely overlap a certain population, okay? So we can do the same thing as we did before, and we can just display the different populations. So you can see here that in the APS, these populations are completely separated. So it's not immature, okay? We can also see in the diagram info, the parameters that better separate this population. So it's the CD5 and CD38. So we can here change, for example, here we can put CD38, okay? And you can see that these populations are completely separated, okay? We also have here, which is a parameter band histogram, the complete markers that we have in our sample. And here we can compare the immunophenotype of each one very easily. So we can see if they are naive CD5 T cells, CD5 positive B cells, sorry. And you can see here that they are completely separated also. You can see here the immunophenotype. So they are for sure also not naive CD5 T cell. Okay. So here we can see a population that already matches a bit with this. There are certain events here that are outside, okay, that they could belong to another population, or even they can be debris or doublets, okay? So again, we can also gate on them to clean them better, and you can see here that they don't belong to the population. So I did the gate very broad, so I can remove this from the red population, and you can see that it even looks more similar. So these are for sure naive CD5 negative B cells, okay? We can continue doing it. So for memory B cells, okay? And you can see here that both populations, they are completely out of the red population, okay? So they are not the same. We can also put the medians, okay? To better see it where the center of each population is. So you can see it here. For instance, the median of the memory IgD negative cell is here. And the other one from the positive IgG is here. Okay. And you can see these ones are overlapping almost completely. Okay. So this was just a short example of how to use the APS tool and compare different cases. Of course, you can save all of this as a reference image, or but this is just a different way to analyze that I wanted to show to you. So anyone has any questions? No? Okay, so I can go to a different example, okay? So here we have a previously analyzed file also. So where I want to show you all sort of different representations that we have in Infinicyt that probably you don't know. And just to present it to you and how can you configure it, okay? So basically, let's start first with the parameter population band histogram. So basically here, it's a bit different from the one that we saw in the previous example. So here you have one parameter and you can display it for all the populations, okay? So the way to create it is diagrams, new diagram, okay? And then you go to histogram, population band, okay? And here, of course, you cannot select the number of parameters because you will only display one parameter for all the populations. The difference from the other one that we had is that the parameter band you displayed for the different populations, so they are overlapped, all the parameters of your sample, okay? For all diagrams in Infinicyt, so if you go to configure data visualization, you can have displayed lines, means, or medians, and then you have special configurations for each type of diagram. For example, for the histogram parameter band, you can just decide if you want to have opacity or not. You can have the diagram auto-regulated or not. It depends on the number of events that you have, okay? And also, if you have merged files like we did before, you can select to have separated by the different files, okay? So this is the parameter bands, the population band histogram, okay? Then for the dot plots, I'm sure you already saw this visualization before, so it's exactly the same thing. So you just go, you have some common visualization, okay? So dot plots, dots, means, medians, SD curves, and then if you are displaying maturation pathways, you can also display it here. But you also have configurations, SD configurations. So you can configure the first and the second SD, and then you can configure the way they are displayed. So you can change the way the lines here to make them straight and change the algorithm that's used for the calculation, okay? So how is this configured? So you just select it here, okay? You can select, for example, total density, population density. So the population density, basically it shows you the colors of the populations, and the total density, it just displays the density of the total file, okay? So if you want to have the information about each of the populations, you have to select this one, okay? You can see here that you can increase or decrease the density, so that you see that the lines are increasing or decreasing. And what I was showing you, the way to calculate, okay? You can see that the lines are changing, okay? So you can select the best display to show you in your presentations, okay? So I'm also going to show the dots and no density. Okay. And sorry, I'm going to put also the medians here so that you can see. And there's also something that some people don't know, that you can use the medians to select all the events of your sample, okay? We can also use if we select again the population density, the contour lines, we can do the same, okay? We can select any, you can see that here with my mouse, the density is changing, so we can select here. If we click here, we can select the events. You can see that the events are now selected in all the plots, okay? If we click Ctrl-0, we can delete all gates and return to the normal visualization, okay? To close this dot plot. Okay. another interesting dot plot, so which is a precursor of the APS. So it's a multidimensional diagram. So basically here you can put as many parameters as you want to display. So for example, if you want to give more importance to certain markers for the separation, for example, if you want to separate the T's from the B's, you can give it more importance, and here you can change for CD3, and you can see, giving more importance to a marker from the T cells, that the B's and the T's are better separated. You can see here the color, so the green and the pink, which are the kappa lambda, are completely separated from all the T populations, okay? So this is also an interesting plot where you can select to which markers you want to give more importance. And of course, this is more manual than the APS that calculates automatically all the relevant parameters for the better separation, okay? Okay, so here you have basically the same thing. So, but here we just decided to leave the mediums, okay? The one feature that we have included in Infinicyt, which is very useful, is that if you want to study the MFIs of any of the markers that you have, if you just display the medians in all the plots, you can know if your MFIs are decreasing just by clicking, by mouse hovering the median. Okay, so you can see here like that the mean for the lambda is 14,000. And the other way that you could do it is just to go here to the population tree, and you just display here all the statistics, and then you can go to the lambda, okay, which is here, and then for your population lambda, and here you can see the value. So we just put it in the plot so that it's quicker and that you don't need to go here, okay. Then we have, I'm going to close the diagrams that we already saw. So then you have a box plot. So it's a statistic diagram that we have included in Infinicyt, okay? So basically here you decide to include a marker, and you can display different populations, okay? For example, here CD3, you can just change for CD19, and you can see automatically where they fit. Also, if you click on it, again, the events are selected. So all the plots in Infinicyt, if you have different displays, if you click on them, you can see the selected population in all the dot plots, okay? Regarding specific configurations, basically you just can decide for the display, you can decide to increase or decrease the width of the box plots, okay? If you want to export this for publications, okay, we have included already in 2.0, okay, say a configuration where you can decide how to configure in publication quality. So the magazine will ask you to give it in a certain size. So here you can just put the properties and you can export it easily, okay? And, okay, so the same way that we saw the parameter band histogram, we also have the same, but with dot plots. Okay, so basically here you can see all the populations that we have visible. You can see here visibility 30%. Okay, so what happens here is that in local visibility, I configured to see only the kappa lambda, okay? If I select global visibility, it will select the visibility that I have in my population tree, okay? So I can click now global configuration, okay? And you see all the populations. If I go back to local, apply, You have here only the kappa lambda. The 30% that I have configured here are regarding to the number of displayed events. So sometimes it's easier when you're analyzing a lot of events that you decrease the number of events so that you can see them better, okay? This is just visual, so you are still selecting all the events of your sample. You're just decreasing what you are seeing so that, for example, if you're doing MMRD, that you can see everything. Okay? Special configurations that we have here, just for the dot plot. Well, it's just to see it's transparent or not. So it's not total density as normal dot plots, okay? No one has questions still? Okay. Okay, so I will go over this one because it just displays the density visibility, okay? Another types of diagrams that we have is, for example, the 3D plots, okay? This is might not be useful for analysis, but it might be useful for you to show the separation in publications of the different populations, okay? So the way to create this, so you can see here that for the dot plots, you have different configurations, dot plot 3D, okay? 3D density, okay? So basically here, you just can configure the parameters that you want to see, okay? In the axis configurations, so for example, if you want to see CD3, CD19, okay? And then we can select another like CD56 to see the end case, okay? And you can see here in this display that it's similar to a dot plot, and then you can just move it. If you use the roulette of your mouse, you can just go further in the, do like a zoom on the diagram, okay? You can also use the arrows to turn the diagram the way you want to show in your presentations, okay? The difference from this one to the 3D density, okay, is just that all the events are then displayed with the density configuration, okay, here. And the way to select the parameters is the same way, but you only have 2 axes to configure because the third one is always going to be the density. CD19 and CD3. Okay. Okay. And you can do the same thing as before. Okay, and just turn it and you see the separation of the different. You also have these 3D displays for the APS. Okay. So you can show it also in the APS, showing all the population. And here you can see better, even for studying maturation, it's very, very useful and you can see it easily. One new thing that we included in this diagrams is that you can now draw gates on them, okay? So as if they were, sorry, I'm going to remove it. As if they were a normal dot plot, okay? So you just can turn the diagram the way you want, and then you can do the gates, okay? If you want it to be back to a normal 3D diagram, you just remove the option again, okay? And then you can just move it again and not draw gates. Okay, so the last one that I have here, okay, is the just normal histograms where you can select the parameter that you want to display, and then the populations they are shown based on the population tree or on what you have configured in local visibility. Okay. So all these diagrams can be configured here, and as you know, all the configurations in the Infinicyt diagrams can be found in the right-click diagram. If you want to change the axis, it's axis configuration. If you want to change the visualization, it's configure the visualization. And if you want to configure the populations to be displayed in each of the plots, which are different from the ones shown in manual analysis, just select local visibility. This option is to reduce the number of events that you are seeing. And of course, some people don't like to have like the diagrams in white. You can also go here, and for all the plots, you can display them also in black to have your own different configuration. For all the plots, but especially important for the APS, in diagram info, you have the configuration of which of the markers are most important for the separation. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Jesus, how much time do we have still? I don't know if you... Okay, so I'll go on. Okay, so let's, for example, do a reference image. So I just prepared different examples. If you, okay, I have 4 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so I prepared an example with a reference image. We can go fast. Anyway, we have another session tomorrow if you want to join, where we will show different examples, okay? So basically here, we can have a file, for example, at diagnosis, okay? Where we have our population. We have here CD19, CD20, as you can see. So we can select just here, the lymphocyte area, okay? I can hide all the events here. And you can see here in the CD10, CD20, that we have a very big population here, okay? Usually the maturation should go from B cells, should go from CD10 to CD20 here, okay? You see that we still have some mature cells here, but they are most disappearing. I can invert the diagram color as I showed you before so that you can see it well, okay? So I'm going to use this as my reference image, okay? Because these are my abnormal cells. Okay. I can create if I make a mistake, I can just click on Control Z and it automatically it will go back, okay? So I can add a population and I can call it abnormal. Okay. And this population, I only have that visible now. I can save it as a reference image, okay? Normal diagnosis cells. Okay. And then if I have the same patient coming after, I can just load a new patient, a new sample. At day 14, for example, I select. I'm going fast because we only have 2 minutes. Okay, and I can do the same thing as before. So I can gate on lymphocytes, okay? And you can see here already in the plot that I showed you before that we still have some mature cells, but here the population that we had very big, which were CD10, is no longer here, okay? So we can gate on this population, okay? And we can put it in abnormal. If you want to know if it's exactly the same as the one before, you can just go to Profile, load reference image, okay? And automatically you will have the information of the number of events that we had when we acquired the sample, okay? The total percentage, before it was 52% and now it's 4%, okay? And we can also have in these lines the reference image, okay? If we want, we can also use the reference image to gate on the population, and you can see that where the majority of the population was before, there are almost no events, so 2.52%. Okay, I can click Control 0, and I can also create again the histogram parameter band and display all the parameters. And you can see here, so now I'm going to change the abnormal population. I can change the color so that you can see better. Okay, invert diagram color. And you can see here in purple the population that we are analyzing now, and here you can see dotted the reference image. Okay, and you can see that basically the CD20, it's where there's most difference. Okay, so before there was a bit of CD20 and now it's almost lost. And you can see here, for instance, a very small difference in the CD19 that was not, that you almost cannot see it here, okay, if you don't have like an histogram. So there's only a small difference. So I will stop now because the session is over, and we can continue tomorrow with different examples. Okay. And I will look for okay. Okay, so I just I send it back to Jesus, so he will continue managing the rest of the sessions.
Okay, hello everyone again. I'm back. Swartel, you are asking what time is the session tomorrow? What session are you asking about? If you are asking about Omnicyt session, indeed, I will share my screen now. I think Karina is still sharing. Can you please stop sharing, Karina? Yeah, I will just stop now. Okay, Infinicyt with Karina. Well, indeed, let me check. So our schedule today was here. So we started today from 12 to 12:30, and we have but tomorrow we don't have a session regarding Infinicyt. Still, I'm sure that Karina will be glad to have a private session with you if you just ask her. So she will probably write to you now in the chat, and you can have a private session if you want to know more about Infinicyt, or we can just arrange another separate demo, Infinicyt demo with you. But yeah, so tomorrow it's not expected. This is a schedule for tomorrow. And as I said, now we'll be jumping into our Omnicyt online demonstration, which we are very glad to have, and actually a bit nervous about it too. Just a little reminder for all of you, we are having this session every day starting today from 12:30 just now, and for half an hour, for 1 hour and a half until around 2. So we'll be having a brief presentation first, and then we'll have another Ask Me Anything session, meaning that you can ask either during the Ask Me Anything session or before. I mean, we don't mind really that you ask before, and we'll be glad to take care of your questions there. So I will hand over the presentation now to my colleagues Maria and Arantxa, who are presenting there from our lab in Salamanca. Just a second now. You must activate the audio, Maria. I'm asking you to activate it there.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, yep. We can hear you now. Okay.
Okay.
I'm handing over the rights to Joe. Okay.
Okay. So this is Maria. Thank you. Welcome to this session of Omnicyt Live. So I will give you an introduction of the software and how you can work with the instrument. And then if you have any question, please feel free to answer them in the chat. And we will be gladly answer them after in the session of Ask Me Anything Omnicyt that we will hold after this demo. So as you can see here, this is the instrument. This is Omnicyt. So as you can see, it's a very small instrument. It's a bunch of equipment, roughly the size of a centrifuge. So it's very small. So you can also see that inside we have the fluidics. So we have 4 bottles, one for the shutdown solution when you shut down the instrument. Then you have the wash solution. There's acid-free and with some detergents and preservative solutions to wash the lines after each sample. Then we have the focusing fluid or the set fluid. And all the waste of the instruments is held here in the shutdown bottle. The focusing fluid and the shutdown bottle have around 1 liter 8 milliliters. And these 2 bottles, they can hold up to 175 microliters. As you can see, they are so small because Omnicyt is a volumetric instrument. It's not pressurized. And that means that it's not necessary to form a vacuum system to with the focusing fluid to drag the sample into the flow cell. So the instrument will acquire or the sample and transfer it directly to the flow chamber. That means that you can use any type of flow cell fax tube, even a small tubes, 2 ml small fax tubes, and even Eppendorf. So anything that fits within this flow chamber, you can use it to acquire samples. In addition, other advantage of this mention is that it's not pressurized. It's the potency that it needs is very low, and also it means that the sound is also very low. So you can hear the sound of the instrument that is working now, and it's very silent. It's the volume of usual conversation of the talking voice. So it's very low. Also, since you don't need to form a vacuum to work with the instrument, you can fill these bottles even during the acquisition. So in this case, you can see that the instrument is blinking. So that means that we need to refill the wash solution tank. So I will use the bottle with the wash solution and fill directly this bottle. So now you can see that the instrument has stopped working because we have enough wash solution to keep working with the instrument. Let me close the lid, and I will show you now the lasers of the instrument. So Omnicyt is an IVD instrument with 3 lasers and 13 parameters. So we have 4 detection channels for the violet and the blue lasers, and 3 detectors for the red lasers. In addition, we have here an empty space for because an upgrade for with a 4th lasers with a yellow laser is available and we can also reach up to 16 parameters. In addition, we also have different slots available, so we can also have the opportunity to configure the instruments with a detector, a second detector for the side scatter in the violet lasers. So we have also here free slots if you want to work with no lies, no wash protocols for the studies of small particles, such as platelet studies. So let me close this lid, and I will show you now. I will share my screen with Omnicyt. Can you see the screen now? So I hope you can see it. Okay. So I think that you can see my screen now. So I will, one moment, because I will move to the other computer. So, okay, I think that you can hear me right now again. So, one moment, because I Okay, so it seems that you weren't hearing me. Sorry. So this is the main window of the instrument with 4 buttons. The performance test, new experiment. We can also import experiments from other instruments like other Omnicyt, and we also work with templates with predefined templates created for different panels. We also have here 3 main other buttons in the header. So let's go to instrument, startup, to begin working with the instrument. So during the startup, all the fluidics lines will be primed, and also the laser will warm up and get ready for working with the instrument. So you can see here that the instrument is blinking. That means it's also working, and you also can hear this with the loading bar or the processing bar that is letting you know how is going the process. So this startup process lasts around 5 minutes, and during this process the lasers will warm up. After this process, we can also start working with the instrument already. Another key feature of this instrument is that the lasers are only on during the acquisition. So you can, if you are not acquiring samples, this laser will enter a simmer mode or a sleeping mode. So that means that the instrument will not overheat. And also it means that the laser life will increase up to 10 times more than in other instruments. So it is very useful. So it's not necessary to worry about programming a laser to start or to shut down automatically, because the instrument will do on their own. The laser will only work if you are acquiring samples. So you can see that this process is about to be finished. It's like 36%. And another key feature of the instrument is the profile of the lasers. So in other instruments, the lasers are Gaussian or elliptical shape. So that means that the intensity of the lasers is not so intense in the edges of the laser. With this instrument, with Omnicyt, they are flat-top lasers. So that means they have a wider profile of intensity. So that means that the cells will be always in the optical place for the illuminations. So we will obtain more robust and consistent results. It also means that the variability of the instrument is very, very low. So we will see later when we have finished the startup process, and we will begin with the performance tracking test. This test is a daily quality control to check that the lasers are working properly. So we will check the laser delay, the variability with the usual controls, and also we will check the linearity. So we are about to be finished. So you can see that the instrument is not in green in a static line. So we can work now with the performance test. So let's click it here. We also have this warning that is telling us that this performance test has not been completed today. So let's click on performance test. And we have for this performance test, we will use bits that they have 4 intensity profiles. And these bits with this lot number. So we can also check the instrument configuration to check that the filters actually match the configuration we are working on the instrument that I've showed you before. Then we verify the lot number in the bottle of the bits. And to prepare these bits, we will add daily 3 drops of these performing tracking bits into milliliters of the focusing fluid, in the set fluid that you can see here in this bottle. So it is the same solution. These performing tracking bits are only used once a day during this process. So now, to start the process, we will click here, load the tube with the performance tracking bits that I have here prepared. Leave the sample injection port and click on run. So you can see it's very easy to work with the instrument, very straightforward. So again, we in the beginning, what the instrument is doing is finding this performance tracking bits, and they will the instrument will display it here in the forward set scatter diagram. So you can see here these bits, and we can see also here the process, how many events or bits are acquired, and the flow rate, more or less 30, up to 600 events per second. As I mentioned, these bits have 4 intensity profiles. So we have one with that they are very negative, dim, positive, and very positive. And these bits, they emit light in all the fluorescent channels. So we can see how the detectors are working properly, the linearity with the first and second detector for the blue laser, the first and second detector for the red laser, and the same with the violet laser. Once it's finished, the instrument will gather the statistics and show a report. So this instrument has different flow rates that we will show you later. So it's doing this process of acquiring the cells, checking the linearity, and gathering the statistics for all the flow rates. We can also hear all the processes, and we can see here the time that we have been working with the instruments. So you can see that in roughly 7 or 10 minutes when we are finished, the instrument will be ready to work. So it's very, very fast process. So you can make a lot of your time with the instrument to actually acquire your samples in your daily routine. So this is the results of the instrument. So you can see here that in the variability of the instrument. So you can see that the baseline of the instrument was performed more than 1 year ago. So this very robust. So, and you can see here the variability of the lasers. So I know if you're familiar with EuroFlow, you remember that for EuroFlow allows the variability of the instruments of around 15%. Here with Omnicyt, we have a variability of less than 5% of the laser. So that means that the results are very consistent. And also we can see that we performed the last baseline more than 1 year ago. So that means that you don't need to calibrate and compensate your instrument so frequently. So that gives you a lot of time to do your daily routine and not focus on compensation with compensating your panels, your studies, or calibrating the instrument. You can also hear the beginning report with the results of the last 6 months. So you can see here that means a lot of variability, but it's actually less than 5%. So we have here all the results. And also, well, in some cases, we have in red the results. So that means that this performance tracking result would not be performed. And that may happen if you haven't moved the bits because you have to mix them very thoroughly, but it's not a problem. You prepare another sample again with the same bits, and you can see that the results are correctly performed. So that's very, very robust. So now that we have do the startup, that we have performed the quality control, the performance test, we are ready to work with the instrument. So for this demo, I will prepare show you how to create the compensation matrix for the LST panel, for the panel of EuroFlow for the screening of lymphoproliferative disorders. And then we will run a sample stained with the LST. Another interesting feature is that Omnicyt was validated with peripheral blood, bone marrow samples, stained respectively with the LST screening tube and with the multiple myeloma MRD panel of designed and validated by EuroFlow, trying to mimic the actual workflow of the in a clinical laboratory. So it's very useful for clinical applications. So if you are familiar with EuroFlow, we have checked that the instrument is working properly with the performance tracking bits and performance test, but instruments they are slightly different and they can output different results. So in order to obtain analysis or files that are comparable and can be analyzed and obtain comparable results, EuroFlow has defined a series of standard operating protocols for different instruments, so the results obtained in any lab can match the results from the on another laboratory that is working in another country and even with another instrument. So for that reason, we have here different experiments already. One to checking the forward site setup. So according to EuroFlow guidelines, we are using the lymphocytes as a reference population to define the voltages for the forward and side scatter. So in this case, we have the target, the median. We are using the median for the lymphocytes. And we have for the forward side scatter, the target is 220,000. And for side scatter, the target is 52,000. So the same way we have done with the forward side scatter using the lymphocyte as a reference. We can, EuroFlow has defined for the other detector channels we have using the rainbow bits at some target values. So in this case, with Omnicyt, we instead of using the 7th peak as a reference, we will be using the 5-peak. And we have here the results and the data of the targets. In this case, you can also go to the Cytognos webpage and also to check the values for the different lot numbers of the rainbow bits. So now we have set these targets. Let me create the experiment to start acquiring the compensation bits. So to do that, we can go to File menu, New Experiment, or we can also click here in the Experiment Explorer, right-click and select New Experiment. So in this case, I'm going to name this experiment as LST compensation matrix and create only one group with one tube. So this is the new experiment. So since we have been working with the EuroFlow protocols, we have the voltages for the forward set scatter and all the detector channels. So we have this data already here in the rainbow bits experiment. So we can also use these instrument settings, the voltages and all the data of the parameters, and use it in our experiment. So we can drag and drop this information into the new experiment. So note we have here, we can go to the instrument settings tab and we have this data. So we are working with the EuroFlow configuration, the same as we are working with the lasers. And we can see that we have the forward set scatter and the name of the fluorochromes working with EuroFlow. We can also see that this instrument again has 11 detectors and also forward set scatter. But if in this case, the LST panel, it has 8 colors. So we have 3 detectors that we are not using with this EuroFlow panel. So we have here unclick it. With Omnicyt, you can record files with more than 20 million of events, recording all this information with all the 13 parameters, including the area, height, and width information. This is in a single file. You can also append new files or new data into the same file. So if you are working with very sensitive or precise files that you, for example, with MRD analysis, you can, with Omnicyt, you can obtain these files with a lot of information. So not a problem. So below we have here the voltages according to the EuroFlow protocols. And here again, we have the threshold. So in other instrument is 10,000. With Omnicyt is more, it has precision of 20 bits. So it have more resolution than other instruments. So in this case, the threshold for we are using for forward set scatter in this case is 40,000. Now again, we have these options. So with Omnicyt, we are acquiring everything, all the information, including electronic aborts. So we have detected that, for example, some pathological cells, for example, in aberrant plasma cells in multiple myeloma, can form aggregates or tend to form aggregates, and they can appear in the aborted event or in the doublets area. With Omnicyt, this information is recorded. So you can also have more sensitivity in MRD results thanks to this option that Omnicyt records everything. So we have here the panel. So let me focus this moment to create a name for the different detectors for the different composition controls. So in this case, FITSI, it's a generic program. So let me name it as generic. The same with PE. For PCP CY 5.5, we will use CD5. Then for PCY7 is CD19 plus this here gamma delta. EPC is again a generic. In this case, it is C38, generic, and orange Cytognos 515 is also a generic, but since it's exclusive of Cytognos, we also include it with our LSD kit. So just in case we don't have this fluorogram, and in this case, we're using CD45. So now we have the names of the different composition controls. We can return back to Experiment Explorer, right-click on compensation, and select compensation setup. So in this case, we will work with tubes and use the area as a measurement. And in this case, we are using bits that they are coated and uncoated. So they have the positive and negative population within the same tube. So we will use the negative gate option. And you can see all the composition parameters. And again, since LSD has 8 colors, we will don't use the detector for the red lasers and these 2 detectors for the violet lasers. Once we have configured this information, we can click on OK to create the different composition controls. And we can see here the forward side scatter diagram to select the reference populations, and the histogram to select the positive and the negative population. So now this is the workspace for the experiment. We can create different diagrams and even statistics and one. And here we have the collection panel. So in this case, we can see here that we can define the volume to acquire. In this case, let's acquire 50 microliters. And we can also define different flow rates. So we can run from 12.5, 25, 100, 200, 500, up to 1,000 microliters per minute. So this is another interesting feature of Omnicyt, is that from 100 microliters onwards, it will work with an acoustic focusing device. So this device, what it's going to do is to apply a standing wave to align the cells into the flow chamber. So it doesn't matter the flow rates that you are using. The cells are going to be always aligned and will pass through the laser in the optimal place for the illumination and avoid the formation of aggregates and doublets. So this is especially useful for sticky samples or very concentrated samples, for example, with bone marrow. So you sometimes have to dilute the sample to avoid the formation of aggregates and clumps. So you can dilute the sample, you can acquire the sample with a fast flow rate, and you can save time. And also, you don't have to worry about the quality of the file, thanks to the acoustic focusing that will align the cells. So you will obtain very consistent and sensitive results, even at fast flow rates. So now we can also have different stop options. So in this case, I will want to record only 5,000 events, 4,000 bits, and we can record in all events. And if we have different gates, we can record the data only on one of these gates. In this case, I want to record data on all events. And since I'm working with bits, I will run these samples at this flow rate. Then let me also select this apply to experiment to apply this condition, this collection acquisition conditions to all the controls of the experiment. Clicking here into apply to experiment. So now I'm ready to start acquiring the sample. So I will remove this tube, and the instrument will rinse the lens between tubes. So we have the control for FITC. So I will raise the tube, press run. We will wait a couple of seconds and then press record. So we have here the bits, so we can click on the diagram, go to view and zoom in. So we can select the gate and move it to select the compensation bits. So once we are happy, we can also zoom out and select the positive peak and the negative peak on this histogram. So the instrument has acquired their predefined 5,000 events. We can see it here. So now we can, if we want, we can also have the option to recover the sample into this tube or a new tube. So we can click on recover. So we can load a new tube or use this tube. So let's use this tube and press next. And we can see here the sample recovery. Once we are finished, we can lower the lifter and press next to rinse the sample injection port between samples. So we have acquired the first sample. So first control, you have here a tick that it means that we have recorded data. So for acquiring the new control, we can click here twice. So now it's selected in orange, or we can also here this drag and drop menu, or even these arrows, right, left arrows to select the different controls. As I mentioned, since we have applied these acquisition conditions to all the samples, we have this information to all the data. In addition, if I return back to the first experiment, we can also select the first gate and apply this gate to all controls. So now that I return back, the reference gate is in the correct position for this type of sample. So let's work on the tube, rise it, and run. Again, I will wait a couple of seconds, and then we can press record. As you can see, the gate is moved, so we are selecting the events. We have here different progression bars. So this is the volume of sample remaining. So we have said that the instrument, the Omnicyt, acquires 50 microliters, but we have these remaining events. And we have defined to stop the acquisition when we have recorded 5,000 events. So that means that we have recorded around 1,000 events now. So it's around 30% of the number of events desired. And this also so this, when we have acquired the 5,000, this P chart will fill. And then we also have the flow rates. So we have also here, we are recording more or less 20 events per second. So we have this moment to move the gate, to select the positive, well, the negative, and then the positive gates. And wait a couple of seconds. You can also here be in the lower part of the screen, also this information. that we are seeing in the collection panel. So we have defined to acquire 50,000 events. So in this case, we are with this volume, we have enriched the required number of events. So we can append new data to this file. So again, we can press run. And record. And now we have the option to overwrite new data. And in this case, we will use append to add this information to the data already recorded. So again, we have the same information. We have these remaining events to record and the sample remaining. So in this case, let me select these events. And let's wait a couple of seconds. Again, if you have any type of questions, please feel free to write them in the chat and we will cover them during the Ask Me Anything session that we will have after this demo. So we are almost there. We almost have 3,000 events. Now we have some remaining sample. Okay, so you can see that the instrument where it's working is blinking. So you can see that it's processing a new sample. So almost there. Great. So now between the two acquisitions, we have a lot enough information. So next, I will lower this tube and select the new tube. In this case, is the composition control for CD5 PRCP CY 5.5. So I will press run. And move the gates. So once we press run, we can see that this information, the acquisition volume, cannot be modified. So it's just to maintain the quality of the sample. And also it's important that in this case, I've forgotten to press record. So it is not a problem because the instrument is saving all the data in the background. So now that we have almost reached 5,000 events, I can stop the acquisition and save the information. So it's important. So you are explaining everything, something as I was doing and you forgot to press record. It's not a problem. You can wait to acquire the desired number of events, stop the acquisition, and then you can save the data. And you can see here that we have the click. So it's not a problem. And again, if we have a remaining sample, we also have the opportunity to recover the sample. This stands because we have between the sample ejection tube and the flow chamber, we have a tube that so if this sample, this remaining sample was not used to, was not acquired, we can recover it and use it for other applications or for other type of studies if necessary. So no, I will remove this tube and the instrument will raise the sample. And we can select the new tube. So again, run. Wait a couple of seconds. We have some data and press record. And again, let's move the negative and positive gates to select the corresponding peaks. Bigger. Again, if you want to see some diagram better, you can select the diagram, go to View tab, and zoom in to select the diagram. So we have the data acquired. We can also again recover the sample. And now press next to rinse the sample origin to import. So now click on the next sample to acquire the APC control. Run. Record. So again, we have here the bits, the compensation bits, and we can move the gates to select the negative and the positive peaks. Now wait a couple seconds. Let me go to zoom in again. To select better the peaks. Let's wait a couple of seconds. So you have here below the progression bars. So with the number of events that we have acquired, the flow rates with events per se that we have, the volume that we have acquired in total, and also the number of events per second that we are acquiring. So we have some remaining sample. So let me click again on recover, press next to recover the sample, and again next to continue. So we have 3 controls to go. And run, record, and select the gates. So in this case, you can see here that we are working with the usual fax tubes, but since Omnicyt is not pressurized, you can work with fax tube for any brand. And even if they are the tubes are broken for any reason, it's not a problem, because the instrument doesn't need to be pressurized to acquire the sample. And you also can work with small micro tubes with appenders. So anything that fits with this sample injection port, you can use it to acquire the samples. So again, in this case, we have a lot of remaining volume. So let's recover it. You can see the sample is recovered, and no, lower the tube, press next to rinse the filter. Then we have the controls for Pacific Blue. We have here. Run. And again, record. And select the positive and the negative peaks. You can also, when you're selecting one of the gates, you can move also the statistics. So if you have any problem visualizing some data, you can also move this information. So we are almost finished. So let's recover again the sample. Click on next. Lower the tube and press again next to rinse the sample injection port between samples. And this is the last control for CD45 orange Cytognos. So let's press run. And again, record. So click here. And here. So this is the last control for the compensation. You can see here the process. We are almost 60%. So just a couple of seconds. And we are there, almost there. So, okay. Let me recover again the sample. And rinse the fluid decline. So we have acquired all the compensation controls for the LST panel, and the compensation is calculated automatically. So to see the compensation matrix, we can right click here, click twice, or we can also here with compensation, tap view matrix. So this is the compensation matrix from the LST panel for this specific lot. So in this case, we can also right click and export this compensation in your, for example, in your computer. So let me save this compensation as LST compensation matrix with today date is 22 April 2021, and save it. So you can store have the experiment with the compensation controls in your software, or you can export the compensation matrix in your computer if you want it for reference. So now we have the compensation matrix for the LST. Let's acquire a LST sample. So to do that, we can also go to the home, new experiment, file, new experiment, or also right click here and create a new experiment. For in this case, I will use a template or a predefined profile with all the information that I want for this type of panels. So with the acquisition conditions, with a set of diagrams, and with everything that I want to acquire this type of sample. So let's create a new experiment form template. and use this LST template and press next. So in this case, also with Omnicyt, you can use a barcode reader to introduce information about your patient or from your file. So in this case, for example, I have the patient ID. So I have a barcode reader with me. So I can use this barcode reader to read the sample. So in this case, the ID of the patient is quite easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have created this experiment with this information. Again, we can also use this information to rename the tube, for example, and say that, okay, this is the sample from this patient. So you can connect to the computer any barcode reader that reads numbers of tests, and you can use it to select this add information from your patient, from the from your report, for anything that you may need. So in this case, we have here this compensation data. So in this case, I will acquire 200 microliters for this type of studies. I will work with 100 microliter per minute. So it's roughly 2 times the flow rates in that we work in other instruments. But thanks to the acoustic focusing, we can acquire the samples in less time without losing the sensitivity and the results. And in this case, I will stop the acquisition on 100,000 events. In addition, if we can go to the same that we have done before with the instrument settings, we can also drag the instrument settings from the compensation, including the compensation setup, or we can also click here and import the compensation matrix that we have already created and apply it. So now if you focus here, we have these compensation controls, but they are locked. That means that we cannot modify it. And the same if we go to the instrument settings, these voltages are locked. So because the compensation settings depend on the instrument settings, so that's why we cannot modify the voltages for the different detector channels for the colors. But we can do is modify the name of the different labels, the targets. So in this case, for the LST panel, we are working in Infinicyt with CD8 plus EG kappa lambda. For Infinicyt, we have, for PE, sorry, we have CD56 plus EG lambda. Then CD5, CD19 with TCR gamma delta. Sorry, this is here was generic. And it's CD3, and it was in IPC C750, CD38. For Pacific Blue, we have CD20 plus CD4 and CD45. So we have ready, and we have here all the names in the different diagrams. So I can return to the experiment explorer. I start acquiring, and then also we have the same way we have added the name of the patient ID of this patient. We can go to add different keywords. So we have here the sample workspace, and we can also have this sample list with different keywords. So we can remember that we have here the experiment with different nodes, but we can also add other data. So we can go to experiment, tap experiment keywords, and add different keywords. So in this case, I will add, for example, the patient name. We can also add, for example, the operator. And also we can also add again if we want the patient ID. And close. So we have here again. Close. This data. Sorry, it was refreshing. So again, I have here one paper with this code, with this barcode information. So for the operator, well, this is me, Maria. So I will read this information. Okay. Okay. It's not reading it, sorry. One moment. I hope it's connected because let me create a new experiment. One moment. Because I think it wasn't refreshing the data. Okay. No, it's not connected to instrument. One moment. No. Okay, it wasn't connected, sorry. So let me remove this experiment. Okay, and work again with this one. Sample B. Okay, so I will go to operator. This is my name. Again, okay, no. Operator, no. Operator is me. No, it doesn't want to read my name, sorry. So I will vote the operator is John Smith with patent ID and the patent name. So it didn't want to read my name, sorry. So we have also this data. So I can return back to the workspace. So we have different diagrams. So I can start acquiring the sample with the LST. So in this case, I predefined 200 microliters, but very low sample. So in this case, let me select only 100 microliters and select run. And again, record. So we can also hear the diagrams, some statistics. So I can also draw some gates. So for example, in CD3 to select the T cells. And also you can right click on this gate, right click and customize, but only in the gate. And since it's yellow, it's very bright, we can change a different color. So now we can see this gate better. And we can also rename the gate, for example, as T cells. So we can hear the diagram, the information of the diagrams. And for example, in CD4, CD8, we can also display only the events within the T cells. So, okay. And now also with the statistics, we can also see these values. So we have here the number of events within the total sample and also within the T cells. And thus we can also add different statistics. So for example, let me go here. We have the number of cells. We can also add the volume that we have acquired because the instrument knows the volume we have used. So we have this data. And since we have this information, we can also calculate automatically the absolute counts of the concentration. So thanks to the instrument that is volumetric, we can automatically calculate the concentration without the need of additional platforms such as spheres or other bits. So it's very easy. So we have stopped the acquisition. So we have here in FCS information, the data of the instrument. So here in others, let me open it. So we have here these keywords that we have added with the confidential information, like the name of the operator, the patient name, or even the patient ID. We can have these IDs. So again, this once we have acquired the sample, you have here that we have a click. We can right click on the tube and select export the file. So again, we can export the samples with 3.1 or 3.0 standard, and they are compatible with Infinicyt or also with the EuroFlow databases that we have available for LST panels. So it's very easy. So now we have this also this tube with the compensation matrix for the calculated today for this lot. We can also again right click on the name of the experiment and select save as template, and we can save this template as LST tube with the compensation of that we have calculated today. As I just you remember, we can set save the voltages, and we can also save these compensation values and press OK to have this new template. And we can go home and see all your templates here. So you can also export it and import it for other Omnicyt instruments. So once we are finished for the day, we can go to the instrument and shut down. So we have 3 options: quick, standard, and through. For daily routine, we recommend to use the standard. So with the standard process, the lines will be prepared with the shutdown solution, so to avoid the formation of bubbles or even salts or the precipitation. The laser will switch off. So once you are finished, you can also once you press shutdown, you can automatically turn off the computer and go home. So you don't need to wait for the complete shutdown process to stop. So thanks to the process that you remember, the startup and the performance tracking bits or the performance test will last around 10 minutes. And then you can press shutdown, switch off the computer, and go home. So you can that leaves you the full day to run samples. So you have a lot of time to actually work with the instruments. You also have other cleaning modes. So you can, as you remember, the rinse to rinse the sample injection port between samples. So this is the process. So it's automatically used when between samples, but you can also initiate it in your own with the rinse option. If you are running with very sticky samples or difficult samples such as DNA, or working with propionate, you can also initiate a more deep clean with this sanitized sample injection port. You can also initiate this process, deep clean, for all the fluidic lines. And also, if the system detects a bubble of a clog, so it will automatically stop the acquisition So all the data that you have acquired up to this moment will be saved, and it will be not compromised. And you can initiate this bubble on clock option to remove this the bubble or the possible clock that is detected in this loop that is between the sample injection port and into the flow chamber. So in this way, thanks to this loop, these possible clogs or bubbles will not go into the fluidic lines and will not affect the instrument. So I don't know if you have any question. We can start with the ask me anything. Okay. Okay, if these are no question, I will start setting some common question of the instruments. I will stop setting here. And we will solve some questions. Okay. Vale. Okay. So let's begin with this session. Can you hear me? Okay. So this is the standard configuration of the instrument. So Omnicyt has 3 lasers, one for violet, one for blue, another for red laser. And this is the IVD configuration of the standard configuration that is for the instrument, and also is the EuroFlow configuration that is appropriate for working with EuroFlow kits and panels. So if you remember, the instrument was validated for IVD applications and using peripheral blood and bone marrow samples stained with the LST kit that we have just seen, the screening tube for lymphoproliferative disorders, and for in bone marrow samples with the bone marrow with the multiple myeloma measurable residual disease kit. Then this is the optical configuration. So we have 4 detectors for the violet laser, 4 detectors for the blue lasers, and again 3 detectors for the red. So in total we have 11 fluorescent channels and 2 side scatter detectors. You can see it here, where the collection optics for the violet, red, and blue lasers, respectively, and also we have a possible upgrade with a 4th yellow laser, so we can obtain up to 16 parameters in total. Here is very graphically explained what does flat top laser mean. So to the left, we have the flat top lasers. So you can see that they are wider than the usual Gaussian lasers that you can see in other instruments. So that means that the optical illumination of the laser is bigger. So we will obtain more consistent and robust results along the time. So if you remember, with these instruments, we have performed the baseline more than 1 year ago, and the instrument settings are still valid today. So that means that we don't have to spend time with calibration and again with the compensation of the instrument. Here we can also see it better, what's the results. So we can see a comparison of the variability of the lasers with Omnicyt and versus other instrument. And you can see very graphically how the difference in the variability of the lasers. So with Omnicyt, we have a variability of less than 5%. So that means that you don't need to perform the calibration or the compensation of your panels so frequently. Then again, if you remember, I talked to you about the lasers, the shimmer mode. So that means that, that the lasers are only on, or they are only working when you are acquiring samples. So that means that the instrument will not overheat, and also the laser life will last more than 10 times longer than with other instruments. Also, that means with thanks to the shimmer mode, you don't have to worry about creating an or programming an automatic switch on or switch off of the lasers if you're working with the Omnicyt, because the laser will be automatically ready to work when you start acquiring a new sample. So again, that is what I mentioned, that it's not necessary to program this automatic startup or shutdown of the instrument, because the lasers are only working when they are acquiring the sample. Regarding the shutdown, as you can see it here, it is possible to leave the Omnicyt on after performing the shutdown, since the laser are switched off. So you only need to, if you want to, turn off the computer, and the Omnicyt can remain switched on overnight. Regarding the acoustic focusing, so what it means is that the Omnicyt from flow rates from 100 microliter per minute onwards will apply this acoustic focusing device, and it will use a standing ultrasonic radiation pressure. It will align all the particles, as you can see in the image, with the focus into the center of the flow cell, into the seed stream. So you can see that even as flash flow rates, all the cells will be perfectly aligned. So this means that even a flow rates, fast flow rates, you can see in the diagrams, you will obtain consistent results and sensitive results even at fast flow rates. So that means that the sensitivity and the data quality is not no longer related to the different input rates. Then we can see here a GIF where you can see the option, and let me also play a video where you can see it in detail. So when the acoustic focusing is off in other instruments, you can see that the cells can or the events can pass through the flow cell in different positions. So that means that different cells can be illuminated very differently in other instruments. But when we work with Omnicyt, the acoustic focusing will align the cells into the middle of the flow chamber, into the flow cell. So that means that all the cells will be automatically illuminated in the most optical point of illumination of the lasers. So we will obtain very robust data. So if you have any question about the Omnicyt that is not pressurized and is not volumetric, so we as you know, in other instruments, the sample stream is introduced into the focusing fluid, into the set fluid, and the hydrodynamic force, the hydrodynamic core, it will pull the sample into the flow cell, and these different impressors will serve to reduce the area that the cells can occupy, and it will use this hydrodynamic core force to move the sample into the flow chamber. In this case, the Omnicyt will acquire the sample, with the sample injected will acquire the volume that we have predefined, and we will introduce it into the flow cell. So it's not necessary to this hydrodynamic core to use it. That means that it's not necessary to perform a vacuum system, and also the consumption of set fluid, the focusing fluid, and also the noise of the instrument is very, very low. So you can see with if you are working with the instrument all the day, running samples all the time, it will use around 1 or 2 liters of focusing fluid per day. So it's very, very low consumption. Then for Omnicyt, it has a electronic resolution on 20 bits. So you can mean that we will obtain more resolution, or so we will obtain better results. So you can see in the image. So if you have, for example, a 3 bits resolution, the difference between the signal of the events are very deep. So you can see it's a very different. So you will obtain like a pixelated image. But if the more we increase the resolution, the more information we can obtain for the sample. So in this case, that we will obtain a lot of data, in this case 20 bits of resolution, so we will obtain more sensitive results. Then, as if you remember, Omnicyt doesn't have an abort rate. It will record everything, even the electronic aborts. So for those of you who are not familiar with us with this concept, the instrument, all the instruments have a death time between the time one event pass through the laser and the next event. So if 2 events are too close together, this death time, that means that the other instruments will discard this information because it will not be able to discriminate between the different events. With Omnicyt, this death time is smaller, but even then, if 2 events are passed together, it will record this information nevertheless. So if in this case of MRD studies with multiple myeloma, we have it has been proved that the aberrant plasma cells can tend to form aggregates, and they can be found in this aborted area in other instruments. So with Omnicyt, this information will be recorded, so we will obtain more sensitivity in the assay, and this is very, very important in MRD studies. So if you remember, Omnicyt is volumetric, so we can obtain the concentration of the or the absolute counts of the file with the needed another platform such as PerfectCon or another spheres. So we have the number of events, the number of cells acquired. We have the volume that we have acquired thanks to the instrument being volumetric. So the instrument can calculate the automatically this concentration for all the populations without the need of additional platforms. So this is a summary of some of the advantages of the instrument, especially for MRD studies. So we have the fleet of lasers. So we will obtain reproducible, robust, and accurate measurements of the data. Then we have the acoustic focusing for the fluidic part. So all the cell lines will be illuminated optimally and also in the same uniformly. So we will obtain again very consistent data even at high flow rates. So for example, with bone marrow samples that are very sticky, we can dilute the sample to avoid or to prevent the formation of clogs, and we can run the sample at different flow rates, even at fast flow rates, without compromising the quality of the data. So you remember Omnicyt have different flow rates. We have 12.5, 25. We have 100, 200, and 500, and up to 1,000 microliter per minute. So we can, thanks to these options, we can allow the optimization, the acquisition of different applications, even for the latest samples. Then we have the instrument can record up to 35,000 events per second. But let me know that if you were following EuroFlow protocols, they recommend not to acquire samples more than 10,000 events per second in order to obtain the sensitive results required for the oncohematological studies. But the instrument can record up to 35,000 events per second. And then we have the anti-clogging technology that reduce that clogs can affect the fluidic lines, even if you are working with sticky samples with with bone marrow, and this feature is exclusive of Omnicyt. Then we have we can acquire samples from 20 microliter up to 4 ml. This applies to any type of study, but it's especially useful for MRD applications. So we can define to acquire 4 ml, the complete sample, and we don't have to worry if the sample is finished, or the acquisition is finished, and if we will acquire, for example, bubbles that might compromise the quality of the data. So also, since the complete volume is spied by the instrument by Omnicyt prior to being carried into the flow cell, there will not be no point in precipitation of the sample. Again, we have no overbreaks, everything is saved, and Omnicyt can save in more than 20 million events with all the parameters, with 13 parameters, with the area, height, and width signals in a single file. But there's always the possibility to append more data if necessary. So this is great, very great for a sensitive application where we need to acquire a lot of data to reach the sensitivity required. So again, Omnicyt was validated trying to replicate the condition in a clinical laboratory using peripheral blood and bone marrow samples, stained with the LST and MRD panels designed and validated by EuroFlow. And on that regard, the files that Omnicyt outputs, they are completely compatible with the EuroFlow methodology, including the EuroFlow databases. So if you you can create a new composition, you can also export the composition, or also you can export and import the experiment and overwrite the file of this specific fluorochrom. And how often is the composition needs to be performed? So it depends on the fluorochrom. So we have some generic fluorochroms that they're very stable and doesn't mean it doesn't depend on the information. And then we have tandem dyes, and these tandem dyes that they have to be recalculated with each lot, but otherwise the generic compensation you can are only needed to compensate if you modify the voltages. And as you remembered, we have with Omnicyt is very stable, so it's not necessary to modify it also. Then it's also possible to export experiment and data for other instruments, and Omnicyt can be connected to LIS system. So if you have more information, feel free to contact us. So thank you so much, and I will pass again the control to my colleague Jesus. So let me one moment. Okay. So you have more questions, feel free to ask us, and we will be glad to answer them.
Hello everyone. I'm back. Thank you, Maria, for the nice demonstration and the presentation that you gave us just now. I hope that everyone enjoyed it, and we really hope that even if you like it and you have any comment, please don't hesitate to write in the chat, write to us in private chat, or just email us, and we'll be glad to hear from you and to help you to solve these questions and show you more about Omnicyt in the coming days and in the future. So yeah, as I said, let me share my screen just for a moment. I can do that now. So we'll be having more demonstrations tomorrow and the day after on Saturday at 12:30 again. Yeah, they will be similar. So if you join today, well, I invite you, of course, to join again. But especially join us if you want to take a look at something specific. If you have any question or comment, just do it. Yeah, we'll be glad to have you again. And then, well, today, now we finish this Ask Me Anything session with Omnicyt, and now we are gonna continue with our approach for AML prognosis using the alkaline phosphatase. It's a novel method that some research partners have developed here in Spain, and well, you will learn more about it now during the session. Then my colleague Karina will continue with the Omnicyt, another Omnicyt talk regarding the use of Omnicyt in high sensitivity studies. As Maria has already explained, it's quite a relevant topic for our instrument. And then we'll continue with the analysis of monocyte subsets in the clinical practices. Karina will be handling that, a few of these talks, and I will be back later. So see you later, and I'm handing over the presentation now to my colleague Karina.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope you're hearing me well. So as Jesus said, so he will be leaving for now. So until 4 o'clock, I will display the rest of the program that Jesus just explained. This is the first presentation, which was prepared by my colleague Marta Gonzalez Salinas, and it's called A Novel Approach for ML Prognosis in Alkaline Phosphatase. So I'm going to start now. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't share the audio before, so I'm sure you're going to listen now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this session. Marta Gonzalez, and I'm going to present you the new solution for acute myeloid leukemia prognosis that we offer at Cytognos. The developments to offer a commercial solution for the prognosis of acute myeloid leukemia by flow cytometry have been made in collaboration with the Josep Carreras Leukemia Research Institute. Since May 2019, Cytognos and the Josep Carreras Research Institute collaborate together through the constitution of a joint unit. This mixed unit aims to impulse the development of research activity in the field of clinical flow cytometry, specifically in the oncohematology area, as well as to achieve high levels of excellence and scientific leadership in the areas of common interest. For those of you who are not familiar with this research institute, it is one of the most important in the study of oncohematological cancers. In fact, it is the first in Europe dedicated exclusively to the study and research of this type of disease. The method that we are presenting has been developed thanks to the collaboration with the functional cytomic departments of the Josep Carreras Institute. Their research projects cover innovative approaches to study the expression of primitive stem cell markers during origin, progression, and maintenance of cancer. They are an interdisciplinary group that investigates and develops approaches to understand the principles underlying the development and prevention of tumors and cancer therapy resistance. Jordi Petriz is the principal investigator of the group, and Laura García Rico has collaborated closely with Cytognos in the development of the solution. Laura has carried out scientific research in Jordi Petriz's group, which has led to the development of commercial solutions by Cytognos. She has also contributed significantly to the development of the commercial test and to spread the basis of this methodology, also contributed with the realization of the figures and presentation that is shown here. The developments that Cytognos has carried out to bring to the market the assay for risk stratification in patients with acute myeloid leukemia has been based on the scientific publication shown in this slide. The publication was made in 2019 for the scientific journal Oncotargets. After this brief introduction to present the origin and contributions of this project, we are going to explain what this test consists of. As you all know, acute myeloid leukemia is a fast-growing form of cancer of the blood and bone marrow. It is an heterogeneous disease characterized by the clonal expansion of malignant myeloid progenitor cells in bone marrow, and finally in peripheral blood and other tissues. These malignant leukemic cells, known as blast or myeloblast, are proliferative, abnormally differentiated, clonal, and immature. Although improvements in the treatments of this disease have been remarkable in recent years, a remaining problem of AML is the high rate of disease persistence and relapse. This could be explained by the presence of highly refractory stem cell subsets that, even after treatment, remain and proliferate to develop cancer in the patient. In order to diagnose and follow up AML, to determine risk stratification, treatment and monitor complete remission, several technologies are used in an integrative approach. This approach includes cytomorphology, cytogenetics and molecular biology, and flow cytometry immunophenotyping. All of them are complementary techniques to each other, as each one provides valuable information for the diagnosis of the disease. Now that we have discussed the general techniques, let's look at what flow cytometry currently brings to the evaluation of AML. The relevance of flow cytometry is undisputed and very well established now. It allows the differentiation of the origin of the blast cells, so it is myeloid or lymphoid, and also their degree of maturation. It is very useful in biphenotypic acute leukemia. It is essential in morphologically undifferentiated AML. And, well, it helps with the detection of aberration that can be followed in the study of minimal residual disease. And, in general, the detection of minimal residual disease by flow cytometry is gaining interest as a prognostic factor after treatment. However, at the time of diagnosis, the prognostic value of flow cytometry is not well established. Often the results are discordant, there is insufficient evidence, or the studies are not well defined or standardized. In addition, flow cytometry has certain shortcomings when evaluating AML. The immunophenotyping does not give the complete information of the disease. There is a lack of information of the leukemic stem cell phenotype. And also, the antigen expression may depend on different biological processes. In order to overcome these limitations, functional cytomics may be an excellent option. Functional cytomics is based on the combination of classic immunophenotyping and functional assays. This methodology can provide new insights for research and evaluation of the disease, and a more comprehensive understanding of the complexities and challenges in the analysis of leukemic stem cells. Immunophenotyping of whole blood using traditional flow cytometry is typically performed with lysis of the red blood cells, followed by a wash step. These steps can result in significant cell loss and damage. To study cell function, minimal manipulation is required. So, for this methodology, we have chosen the no lyse, no wash technique. With no lyse, no wash methodologies, we avoid lysing and washing step prior to flow cytometry acquisition, maintaining cell functionality and avoiding sample preparation artifacts. I will explain this technique very briefly. The no lyse, no wash methodology is based on the differences in light scattering properties between red blood cells and leukocytes, since red blood cells contain hemoglobin, which absorbs violet laser light. This strategy uses a specific filter configuration that allows simultaneous measurement of both blue and violet side scatter. Therefore, there can be a differentiation of red blood cells and leukocytes based on light scattering properties alone, and the lysis process can be avoided. The functional test is based on the measurement of alkaline phosphatase activity in primitive leukemic cells. Alkaline phosphatase is a hydrolase enzyme that works optimally in alkaline environment, and its activity is mainly hydrolytic, phosphotransferase, and pyrophosphatase. This enzyme has an increased activity in stem cells. The alkaline phosphatase activity has been analyzed using alkaline phosphatase live stain. That it's a non-fluorescent substrate that diffuses into the cell and when enters in contact with alkaline phosphatase emits green fluorescence when excited with blue 488 nanometers light. The alkaline phosphatase live stain is a cell-permeable fluorescent substrate for alkaline phosphatase that is non-toxic to the cells. The original method to measure alkaline phosphatase activity was intended to be used in fluorescence microscopy. The Josep Carreras functional cytomic groups adapted the method for flow cytometric measurements in order to determine alkaline phosphatase activity in leukocytes from whole blood and combine it with immunophenotyping. They concluded that the leukemic cells with high alkaline phosphatase activity could sustain leukemiogenesis over time. In 2019, they evaluated alkaline phosphatase activity in 43 AML patients at diagnosis. They measured prognostic accuracy of the alkaline phosphatase test using a ROC curve that identified two groups of patients. Group A, whose leukemic blasts were expressing more than 12% of alkaline phosphatase positive cells, and Group B with less than 12% of alkaline phosphatase positive events. The overall survival and event-free survival differences between Group A and B were analyzed. In this figure, it shows the Kaplan-Meier curves for overall survival and event-free survival of both groups, with a significantly shorter survival in Group A, the one expressing higher levels of alkaline phosphatase activity. Now, let's see what's required to perform the test. Now we will talk about reagents, cytometer, and protocols so that these types of evaluation can be carried out. This is the combination included in the kit. The antibodies included are carefully selected to identify the myeloid blast population with these specific markers: HLA-DR, CD34, CD117, and CD45. It is designed as an optimal combination to avoid interference with DNA dye and alkaline phosphatase stain, and also leaves the violet channel available. The staining strategy uses a low cytotoxicity permeable DNA-specific dye that discriminates nucleated cells from erythrocytes and debris. This DNA dye can be excited with violet 405 nanometer laser light and can be used for simultaneous measurement with alkaline phosphatase live stain. Alkaline phosphatase live stain is excited with blue 488 nanometer laser light, and its emission can be collected using a standard FITC filter. Afterwards, cells are stained with the fluorochrome conjugated monoclonal antibodies. We now turn to the acquisition requirements. As we have already discussed, for the methodology that we are proposing, site scatter is recommended to be detected using the violet laser 405 nanometers, because hemoglobin of erythrocytes absorb violet lights while scatters blue light. Many instruments are equipped with violet 405 nanometer lasers, and most use blue 488 nanometer excitation for both forward and side scatter measurements. Instruments with replaceable filters can be configured to collect violet 405 nanometers for the side scatter. For no light, no wash methods, it's highly recommended to use a flow cytometer equipped with an acoustic-assisted hydrodynamic technology. Acoustic focusing allows a better cell alignment even at higher event ratio. This way, it delivers a higher throughput. Also, height parameters need to be set for both forward scatter and side scatter analysis. The accuracy of the height parameters is better preserved than area due to the significant contribution from erythrocyte to the area of the scatter pulse. Also, a fluorescent threshold is configured for the DNA dye in the plots. So this way we eliminate debris and large number of the red blood cells that are found in analyzed blood or bone marrow. It is important to remark that formaldehyde-based lysine solution almost completely abrogate alkaline phosphatase staining and is not recommended for this method. We have developed protocols for sample preparation and instrument setup. So this way, whoever wants to apply it in their AML evaluations has a clear guide on how to apply it and can do so consistently over time. Finally, I would like to conclude with a few messages that are important to emphasize. The presence of leukemic cells in acute myeloid leukemia with high alkaline phosphatase activity at diagnosis was significantly associated with a higher risk of relapse or treatment resistance and mortality. The alkaline phosphatase testing may be applied in clinical AML diagnosis to clarify risk stratification and treatment decision. Functional cytomics can provide new insights for research and evaluation of the disease and a more comprehensive understanding of leukemic stem cells. Thank you very much for your attention. It has been a pleasure to share these minutes. I hope you find this information useful. Thanks.
Okay. So thank you everyone for coming to this talk. So okay. So now after this session, we'll have a session regarding Omnicyt, which will start at 4:30. Okay. So now you can take a break for this 6 minutes and we will come back. Okay.
Hello, and welcome to our webinar, Discover the Difference of the Omnicyt. My name is Dan Thacker, and I work as a flow technical and product specialist for Cytognos, covering the whole of UK and Ireland, and I'm going to be the presenter of this webinar today. So, let's start and move on to see our agenda for today. Firstly, I will start introducing Cytognos, who we are, where we come from, what we do, and then I'll talk about our unique NGF approach. From this, I will highlight some of our common laboratory issues faced by the best of us, and subsequently, how the Omnicyt aims to tackle and provide solutions to these factors. Finally, at the end of the webinar, if you have any questions, I will provide contact details so we can assist you with any of your queries or quotations that you may require. So, Cytognos is a biotech company from Spain that offers flow cytometry solutions for oncohematology and immunodeficiency fields. We are now also involved in large-scale national and international clinical trials. Our aim is to improve the efficiency and workflow in the laboratory, whilst equally enhancing patient care through our standardized, efficient, reproducible, and highly sensitive solutions. We are a clinical flow cytometry manufacturing company, and as you can see from our timeline, we were first created back in 1996 within the hematology department of the University of Salamanca in Spain. Thus, we have been around for nearly 25 years. In 2006, we started to collaborate with the EuroFlow group in bringing its validated flow cytometry methods to the market with exclusive antibody panels and the powerful analysis software. One major milestone we achieved is that we incorporated a CE-IVD certified instrument in our total flow solutions called the Omnicyt, while the most recent updates include the development of the PIDOT tube for immunodeficiency detection, as well as, very recently, the inclusion of 21 CFR Part 11 compliant tools in our analysis software, which allows you to have increased data security and transparent audit facilities. We have numerous offices ranging from in Boston, USA, to Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and also in the UK, while our main headquarters lie in Salamanca, Spain. We strongly believe in knowing each other leads to great mutually beneficial relationships, so here you have Chris and I, your friendly Cytognos staff, at your service. However, just to get an idea of our customer base, Cytognos is very much a global company, with products purchased all around the world through direct sales and distributors. Currently, we offer technical support to over 54 countries in the world. So, what is NGF, I hear you ask me? Well, in essence, it is a principle that covers a complete solution from start to finish. This covers the pre-analytical, the analytical, and post-analytical aspects of flow cytometry, which were developed and validated by the EuroFlow group. For those who are not as familiar with EuroFlow, they are a scientifically led European group of clinical flow cytometry experts, composed of multiple institutions that work together to provide best practice and a standardized approach to flow cytometry. They have been working for over 15 years now in the development and validation of a complete method to screen, classify, and then monitor diseases. All the EuroFlow publications are available online with open access, so you can check them out at the EuroFlow and Cytognos website for further information. Okay, so this is what the EuroFlow NGF method looks like for HemOnc, a method that has been proposed and evidenced through its publications. This approach consists of three major steps. So first, we have the screening step to determine any abnormality, what lineage might be affected, as well as the maturity level. From that, we have the second step, which is the more specific classification of disease. And finally, we have the third step of monitoring presence of any disease post-treatment. Here we have created highly sensitive panels to determine minimal or measurable residual disease, commonly known as MRD. So depending on the clinical question we want to address, we can choose different tubes and the consequent pathways. Therefore, Cytognos, in collaboration with EuroFlow, offers a complete and scientific-based solution to cover all the needs of a clinical laboratory that include the antibody reagents and dried panels, the EuroFlow standard operating protocols, the Omnicyt flow cytometer to acquire high-quality data, and of course the Infinicyt software to perform automated gating and analysis. All of this together is offered with an excellent technical support and training required to implement the NGF method. All of our NGF solutions are based on scientific and evidence-based EuroFlow research, so in that sense, what we do is bring the EuroFlow method to market. We make it available and ready to use for anyone to implement. So now, let's take a look at some of the common laboratory issues that I myself have been through, and no doubt some of these will be familiar to many of you. So firstly, no time. Nobody has any time anymore. Everybody is busy, and multitasking is now essential, not just desirable. As you complete one task, no doubt another two keep popping up. Staffing problems. A lot of laboratories feed back that either they are understaffed and, if luckily, adequately staffed, but still face regular national changes in the de-skilling of the staffing pool. Staffing is one of the largest costs, hence management of change and other cost-cutting exercises do take place often, so automation is now really a necessity. It is one thing to have a body there, but if it takes more than resources to constantly monitor, often correcting repeat errors, then this is not really efficient. More and more, it takes additional time and real exposure to really gain experience to train, learn, and develop successfully. Finally, if you do eventually get to a stage where you do somehow have spare time, you have the staff available who do want to learn and also are capable, but only then to have an analyzer that keeps breaking down, having vacuum errors, unstable lasers, therefore constantly compensating, eventually leading to having to call engineers multiple times, who ironically are more present in the lab than some of the staff. Well, let me show you the solution and offer. So, I would like to present to you the Omnicyt flow cytometer, which can be the answer to all your problems. So let's look back at some of those common issues I mentioned earlier. With the Omnicyt, we can actually save time. The Omnicyt has a rapid startup facility, so there's no waiting around for lasers to warm. It has super fast flow rates that are adjustable for high throughput, and this is particularly great for MRD. You do not need to have lots of staff waiting around. The Omnicyt has multi-well sample processing facility with an auto sampler, and staff can use the Infinicyt analysis software from anywhere remotely, using automated gating, so subsequently freeing up skilled staff to be doing other essential tasks such as document control or audits, especially for UCAS visits. Skeleton staff can also be used, meaning enhanced service hours during the week, for example, or even on weekends for urgent service. Having equipment that is easy to learn and easy to follow, as it is all standardized, can make it easy to reach competence. The Omnicyt has a simplistic setup, and EuroFlow already provide all the standardized SOPs for the test to avoid day-to-day variance and minimize other complexities. We at Cytognos also offer training packages for staff, including visits to the head office and meeting with renowned experts, as well as the technical and support teams at your beck and call. Solid performance means no need to regularly compensate, no vacuum errors as it's volumetric, and the lasers also have an auto shutdown facility, and there is less need for engineers to visit. All of this indicates a more service resilient machine with greater sample processing time. It's worth knowing that we have great industrial links and business partnerships, such as with Thermo Fisher. This allows for fantastic developments to be made to utilize a CE-IVD certified analyzer, whilst also keeping on top of any customer demand due to its extensive manufacturing capacity. These relations mean being in top of new findings and the applications of latest technology incorporated into the equipment. Thermo Fisher will provide excellent and rapid engineering services with various packages available, whilst Cytognos can equally assist with the technical support. Cytognos has great experience in the hematology-oncology field and is supported by the EuroFlow research. Together, though, it is the end user that has all these benefits available to them. So, coming to some of the more specifics then, the Omnicyt is a 3-laser 13-parameter analyzer with the option of even further adding a 4th laser going up to 16 parameters. It has many unique and innovative features, making it ideal to work with the EuroFlow panels. Some of these features include having a flat top laser, for example, and utilizing acoustic focusing, which guarantees the most reproducible and accurate fluorescence measurements. At the same time, it reduces the frequency of system calibrations. There is no delay at startup waiting for lasers to warm, and equally with the simmer mode facility, the lasers switch off automatically when they're not acquiring or being used, hence it increases the laser life. It's a non-pressurized volumetric system that allows counting for cells in every population. The electronic system is capable of saving 20 million events, including all parameters, which is particularly important for MRD cases, and there is no abort rate. Therefore, all events are saved, including aggregates that could contain pathological cells. Again, really important for MRD. I have put this slide in to really highlight just how small and portable the analyzer truly is. As you can see, there are no chunky fluid carts, and as we know, a lot of laboratories just do not have the additional space for big, bulky, heavy equipment anymore. A key difference with the Omnicyt is the optics. The Omnicyt utilizes flat top lasers, which are extremely stable. As there is no intensity curve with a maximum, even though a laser could get misaligned, there is no problems because the cells will continue to be excited with the same intensity. This is truly advantageous, as if the settings are so stable, you just do not need to keep redoing them so frequently. Hence, less engineer visits are needed. We also use the well-known rainbow beads to establish the targets, so once done, there is no need to mess around anymore. Settings, however, can be easily overwritten and are interchangeable between panels if you need to do so. Here then is a visual representation of quality control diagrams which quite clearly illustrate just how low the CVs are and how robust the analyzer is when compared to one of its nearest competitors. The superior quality just really speaks volumes for itself. As you can see here, these are the laser settings and the parameters in the Omnicyt, along with the dyes and colors that can be used. You additionally have the option of obtaining a 4th laser to be installed should you want supplementary colors, and hence can future-proof your technology for when more complex panels are released and implemented. The Omnicyt uses acoustic-assisted hydrodynamic focusing, thus avoids the compromise between data quality versus high sample flow rates. It achieves this by decoupling the cell alignment from the envelope liquid flow. This system uses an acoustic radiation pressure to transport the particles to the center of the sample flow, and this pre-focused stream is then injected into the flow of the flow chamber. This then produces a narrow flow of particles and uniform laser illumination, despite the sample entry rate. Therefore, the clear benefits are greater reproducibility and consistency of data, while maintaining a reliable concentration results at all speeds, consequently obtaining a more homogeneous population. Thus, you could process either dilute or highly concentrated samples whilst still maintaining the low CVs. Talking of great reproducibility then, the analyzer even has a bubble detector facility that prevents the quality of the acquisition from deteriorating. There is also anti-clogging technology when working with more viscous samples. In addition, in the cases of MRD samples, the way the sample is actually dispensed in the flow chamber means that the events in the acquisition time do not drop as often happens in conventional cytometers. It acquires the sample and then drops it into the flow chamber. Hence, in essence, the first thing the system takes is the last thing it discharges into the flow chamber. Just like unique features on the fluidics and optics, the electronics too have special characteristics, such as the fact it can have more than 20 million events which can be recorded in a single file. With the 11 parameters and area, height and width, if some of these parameters were to be removed, it is possible we can reach even more. Interestingly, unlike its nearest competitor, there are no aborted events. All events are recorded, which is a key important feature for MRD assays. Finally, the resolution is 20 bits, unlike 18 on many of the other analyzers available, so a scale with more than 1 million channels to represent the data. Continuing with the electronics then, I've just put this slide here so you can really see what the startup screen looks like. It's very simplistic, it's not cluttered with fancy graphics or any impractical tools that you do not really need on a day-to-day basis. There is a rapid quick startup, so preheating of lasers is not required as they automatically heat up during the fluidic startup anyway, which lasts less than 5 minutes. The shutdown too can be adjusted to your needs, ranging from a 10-minute to a 60-minute clean depending on how deep a cleanse you require. You can even program the shutdown after your last sample, so staff do not need to be waiting around to close the machine. So, this is the main screen when you're processing a sample on the Omnicyt. Here you have the plots in the center with settings and compensation on the right, all with drag and drop and overwrite compensation matrix facility, whilst the stop and start acquisition is found here on the left with event counts as well as how much sample and time is left. So, how is everything I have mentioned so far? Sounds really amazing, but how does it really translate into something more tangible that you can actually gain in the lab? Well, let me just take a second to talk about the sensitivity, for example. This is vital and important for true MRD detection, as the number of events that we collect has a direct impact on the sensitivity of our assay, and therefore on the quality of our clinical reporting. High event counts are needed in order so that we can talk confidently about MRD positivity or negativity when the frequency of abnormal cells is statistically relevant when considering both the LOD, which is the limit of detection, and the LOQ, which is the limit of quantification. As we can see in these diagrams, although this is the same sample, when we collect 100,000 cells right at the bottom, we cannot see any real cluster of cells. However, as we move along to 1 million events and then 5 million events, you can identify better the clonal cells and thus have confidence in your results, since we know they are above the LOD and LOQ. Therefore, as defined by the IMWG consensus criteria, the term MRD negative can only be used when following the EuroFlow NGF method. So this is the auto sampler I mentioned earlier that can be added to the flow cytometer to process high number of samples through multiple plates or tubes. As you can see, some of the features include having many different types of plates, to having auto-cleaning facility, as well as variable mixing methods to minimize errors and maximize sample consistency. It's important to know as well that the Omnicyt is compatible with barcode reading and data transfer is possible via LIMS. Additionally, using Infinicyt analysis software can allow for data to be saved either as PDF or Excel file formats, for example, as well as CSV. So, in summary, this is an example workflow of a complete start-to-finish NGF solution proposed by Cytognos and validated by EuroFlow. It standardizes all the procedure, starting with the staining of the samples with the dried kits, together with the preset EuroFlow SOPs. These are then acquired with the EuroFlow compatible Omnicyt flow cytometer and then analyzed using the advanced Infinicyt software. This generates a clinical report for the use of medical consultants and laboratory staff. As you can see here, here is a quick summary of the unique key points of the Omnicyt that I have described previously. These include having special flat top lasers as well as using acoustic assisted hydrodynamic focusing to achieve high stability and sensitivity. Other key points include not having any abort rates and having an electronic system capable of more than 20 million events. Last but certainly not the least, we have an amazing support and technical team that offers assistance as and when you need, all the way from start to finish. It covers all the pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical aspects of flow cytometry. We aim to offer personalized support as suited to your own individual needs. So finally, I would like to thank you for your time, and if you have any queries, please do not hesitate to contact either me or us as the support team on the email addresses below. We really hope the Omnicyt can be the solution to your laboratory requirements. Have a great day. Goodbye.
So we are back live again. So we just had the session about the Omnicyt flow cytometer, and we will learn about the TiMaScan proposed tube for the study of blood monocyte subsets in clinical practice. Okay, this session will start at 3 p.m. So if we are going to have a short break now, and we will come back at 3. Hello, everyone. So we will start the new session about blood monocyte subsets in clinical practice. Just a second. So this
today we are going to see some applications.
This is a webinar that was prepared by Daniela Damasceno. She's from the University of Salamanca, and I hope you enjoy it. Okay. So
today we are going to see some applications of blood monocyte subsets in blood for clinical practice for different conditions that were already studied in the literature. Then we want also to show you in the end a demo with a real case of a healthy donor, and then we will be able to analyze for ourselves the populations and to learn how to do it in an easy way. To begin with, it's important we understand the difference of the components of monocyte macrophage system. The system includes cells from peripheral blood, monocytes, but also macrophages resident in tissues or macrophages that are circulating between tissues and peripheral blood. So, to understand these differences, I brought here today this slide in order to show you the tissue-resident macrophages. Tissue-resident macrophages are very important in the maintenance of homeostasis, and also they accomplish functions in metabolism, in repair, and they are very plastic cells that can be transplanted from one organ to other, and they can adapt the new profile for from the organ of destiny. Here we can see several examples of tissue-resident macrophages. We see microglia present in brain. We see also alveolar macrophages responsible for the elimination of dust, allergens, and microorganisms. We also appreciate Kupffer cells from liver, important in the clearance of pathogens and toxins. Bone marrow macrophages, also osteoclasts, present in balance with osteoblasts in bone resorption and reabsorption. And you can see much more examples. We have also intestinal macrophages. We have also skin macrophages that are important in phagocytosis and antigen presentation. And the main message from this slide is that all of these macrophages are specific from the tissue they reside, and they are important in the clearance of the debris and the dead cells in their tissue. On the other hand, we have blood monocytes and tissue macrophages recirculating in blood. The monocytes have their origin in bone marrow. So they differentiate from the precursor, monoblasts. Monoblasts differentiate into promonocytes, which then give rise to mature monocytes. Once they reach this stage of differentiation, mature monocytes migrate from bone marrow to peripheral blood. And here they will be together with the other leukocytes present in peripheral blood. In 2011, Professor Van Dongen and Professor Orfal, they developed a theory, patented in the same year, that shows that monocytes coming from bone marrow enter the circulation, and here they can migrate to tissues and then recirculate via lymph system to blood again. But when does this happen? So this happens under inflammatory conditions or under tumor conditions. And these cells, when the homeostasis is disrupted, they are called to the tissues, and together with the tissue resident macrophages we have just seen in the other slide, they will clean the debris and the tumoral proteins. They will accomplish phagocytosis of the tissue debris, and then they recirculate via the lymph system to peripheral blood. according to the National Committee of the Immunological Society, a new nomenclature was given to these cells in order to make consistent all the studies in literature. So before we had, before this nomenclature, we had a lot of studies, but each one was giving its own nomenclature to these cells, and now it's easier to understand and to know which cells are we talking about, because they are all the time called the same way. So according to this nomenclature, we have classical monocytes, which are strong, they have strong expression of CD14, which is the LPS receptor, and they are negative for CD16, which is the low affinity IgG receptor. Then intermediate monocytes, which would be already cells that migrate from tissue to peripheral blood, and so they will have these fragments, these peptides of the tumor inside the cytoplasm, and these cells are characterized by their strong expression of 14, but differently from classical monocytes, they do express CD16. And finally, non-classical monocytes, also cells that come from the tissue after accomplishing phagocytosis. They will also have tumoral peptide in the cytoplasm, and phenotypically they are CD14 deemed negative. They already lose this marker, but they maintain strong the CD16. So these are our cells, and these cells are differently distributed in peripheral blood. This is a healthy donor example. The percentages we see here are in classical monocytes. They account from 80 to 90% of total monocytes in blood, and intermediate monocytes together with non-classical monocytes can go from 5 to 10% of total monocytes in blood. These cells, as we have seen already, are separated, classified according to the CD14 and CD16 expression, but the first step in the analysis, it's the identification of all the compartment together and separating it from the other leukocytes. And this is possible thanks to the identification markers that can be also included in our panel, which will be HLA-DR, as we know, presenting cells, antigen-presenting cells, all express HLA-DR, together with CD300E to make our identification 100% correct without contamination of other leukocytes. So this would be a very nice way to separate our cells. And today, the goal of this webinar is for me to show you the importance of monitoring monocytes or monocyte subsets in the detection of homeostasis imbalance in different conditions that were already reported in literature. So what I have done was get these examples, these studies, and show you in which way the authors used the monitoring of monocytes for each condition under study. For this purpose, we will show here some examples. We know that I want to highlight the importance of monitoring blood monocytes, both in clinical studies or in other applications. In the hemato-oncology field, it's already very common to study these cells. We have the example of AML or MDS, CMML that we are studying, we are seeing later. Also in the cardiology field, in coronary artery disease, and also chronic kidney disease as also results on this field. And here I brought you the Kaplan-Meier analysis on chronic kidney disease patients, and the authors saw that patients with high levels of classical monocytes had a poor prognosis and a worse outcome compared with patients that had lower levels of classical monocytes. This is just a small example, but we are seeing now in detail CMML and coronary artery disease studies. I will also mention other applications like tissue damage in total hip replacement, and also highlight the importance of having databases with reference values of blood monocyte subsets in order to make good comparisons and have nice results when we are studying our patients. And these reference values will be showed by age group, because the monocytes have also kinetics according to age group. So to begin with, we are talking about chronic myelomonocytic leukemia, CMML. This condition is an hematological disorder classified in 2016 by the World Health Organization as a myeloid neoplasm, and is defined as a clonal hematopoietic stem cell disorder. It's characterized by monocytosis in peripheral blood, and this monocytosis has to be sustained for 3 or more months, together with bone marrow dysplastic features. In this study, the authors were thinking, if we have several subsets of monocytes, which one are increased in CMML? Would it be classical monocytes, intermediate monocytes, or non-classical monocytes? And in order to give an answer to this question, they studied different patient groups, which we see here in this diagram. They studied 68 healthy donors. They also included 74 reactive monocytoses, 79 non-CMML hematological conditions, and 86 CMML patients. The reason why they included these groups, the reactive monocytosis or non-CMML patients, is because they are the main groups that are having a mislead diagnosis, and they are mixing with CMML patients. So they wanted to check whether this subset that they don't know which one is increased can be helpful in the undoubtedly diagnosis of CMML patients. Both learning and validation cohorts were performed, and they used flow cytometry technique. They stained mononuclear cells to separate classical monocytes, intermediate monocytes, and non-classical monocytes. As I mentioned before, some studies still call these cells in their own way. In this case, the authors called classical monocytes MO1, intermediate monocytes MO2, and non-classical monocytes MO3. So as you can see, you can encounter different nomenclatures, but it should be now consistent throughout all literature as classical monocytes, intermediate, and non-classical. The gating strategy they used was based on the CD16, CD14 classification. Here they show the double negative plot, the double negative gate, which have dendritic cell contamination, most probably, because they are also DR positive and they are very similar to the monocytic compartment, but then with 14 and 16 they can be easily separated. And then they show here a healthy donor dot plot with the percentages that go like we showed before. Classical monocytes are 89% from all monocytes, intermediate monocytes 5.2, and non-classical monocytes 5.4. So this is in line with what we have seen before. In the results, they saw an abnormal repetition of monocyte subsets in CMML. Specifically, they saw that the monocytes that were increased in these patients, in CMML patients, were classical monocytes, both in the learning cohort and validation cohort. So we see here that this rise is significant when compared with reactive monocytosis group, non-CMML group, or the healthy donors group, both without age matching and age matching controls. And again, in the validation cohort, the results were the same, and you can see that classical monocytes can go really high in comparison with the other groups for CMML patients. So the authors further questioned themselves whether this marker could be helpful in the separation of these patients with higher sensibility and sensitivity. And they performed the ROC curve, here represented. They had a very nice area under the curve, and they found a cutoff value of 94%, meaning that the patients diagnosed with monocytosis in blood for more than 3 months, together with bone marrow dysplastic features and more than 94% classical monocytes in peripheral blood, can be diagnosed with CMML and can be distinguished from those conditions that have also monocytosis. So in conclusion, for CMML, this condition is characterized by an increase in the fraction of classical monocytes among circulating monocytes. These cells, classical monocytes, the percentage of these cells could be used to improve CMML diagnosis. Specifically, the authors found a cutoff value of 94% of these cells, and this can be achieved with a rapid test using peripheral blood. It's minimally invasive, and using flow cytometry assay performed on blood to distinguish those patients with CMML from the patients with a borderline monocyte count within reactive monocytosis and other myeloid malignancies. So the second application I brought here today was within coronary artery disease field, and the authors, they performed the study in order to check if blood monocytes were important in the prediction of future coronary events. And it is considered among the literature that circulating monocytes are responsible for the invasion and accumulation in endothelial artery walls. And moreover, these monocytes can subsequently differentiate into foam cells and contribute to the plaque formation. Also, some studies claim that human intermediate monocytes are supposed to play a key role in this process of the plaque formation, and they also contribute for the vulnerable plaque formation. So with these results in mind, these authors they have the aim to investigate whether human blood monocytes were or not related with the development of future coronary events. So here we see the distribution of the patients. All the groups of all the patients included in the study had no significant coronary artery stenosis, and they included 121 patients under medical therapy, but with no coronary event. 15 of the patients were also under medical therapy, but they do have coronary events, and then under 25 patients that underwent coronary vascularization. Again, the technique was the same, flow cytometry assay, but in this case they used total blood samples instead of mononuclear samples, and they also achieved the separation of classical monocytes, intermediate monocytes, and non-classical monocytes. A small difference here, they use scatter and forced scatter to get the total monocytes, but then again they used the CD14 and CD16 to separate classical, intermediate, and non-classical. So what do these authors found? These authors found that at the level of the intermediate monocyte compartment, patients under medical therapy, but with no coronary event, they had less frequency of these cells when compared with both medical therapy coronary event positive group or coronary revascularization group, although these differences were not observed between the last two groups. So again, the authors thought that intermediate monocytes, the frequency of these cells in blood, could be useful to predict the coronary events. They then performed also a ROC curve, And in the ROC curve, they found out that they could use a cutoff value of 19.2% of the frequency of intermediate monocytes in blood, meaning that patients that had lower levels of intermediate monocytes, they had a longer free coronary event period compared with patients that had higher levels of intermediate monocytes. When we say higher levels, as I said before, is more than 19.2% from total monocytes. And in conclusion, intermediate monocytes were lower in patients without coronary events. They established the cutoff on 19.2 to separate those with good coronary event periods shorter or longer, these periods being shorter in patients that have high frequency of intermediate monocytes. So as I told you in the beginning of this talk, monitoring of tissue damage is also one application of monitoring blood monocytes. And here the study performed was after total hip arthroplasty. The authors used total peripheral blood fresh samples, and they made sure that patients in this study had elective surgery after great tissue damage. The results they obtained are depicted here. As you can see, they performed the analysis pre-op, 2 hours after surgery, 24 hours, 48 hours, 2 weeks, and 6 weeks after surgery, in order to study the kinetics of classical monocytes, intermediate monocytes, and non-classical monocytes. So just if you look quickly to this picture, you already see that all the compartments behave differently from each other, and that classical monocytes are very similar to the total monocyte compartment, because they are the main components of this compartment. So in the classical monocytes, the cells are decreasing rapidly after surgery at 2 hours, and then they increase to numbers greater than the normal, than the pre-op numbers, at 24 hours and 48 hours. Then 2 weeks after surgery, the cells return to the normal frequencies in blood, achieving the levels of pre-op results. Then the intermediate monocytes, also at 2 hours after surgery, they come down, but then they recover immediately 24 hours after surgery, maintaining their levels similar to those observed in the pre-op time point. And finally, non-classical monocytes again came down 2 hours after surgery, but then they maintained low until 48 hours after surgery, just recovering 2 weeks after surgery, maintaining these numbers at the 6 weeks time point. So these results again are in line with what we are discussing. The cells have different behaviors, total monocyte compartment is heterogeneous, and the kinetics is not the same in each condition that we have already seen here today. Then the blood monocyte reference values, it's also an important application in the field of the monocytic blood subsets. And why? Because with age, these cells are also changing. So these cells have to be studied by age group, because if our patients are in the group of, I don't know, for instance, from 40 to 60, the reference values for this group, it's not the same as if we study pediatric samples, for instance, or conditions. So here we show this is a study from last year, and we show that classical monocytes, here you see the different age groups that go from cord blood to individuals with more than 80 years old, and here we show that in the cord blood we see high levels of classical monocytes, but we do not see the same pattern for intermediate or non-classical monocytes, which is in line with the theory that we talked earlier in this talk about classical monocytes being in blood. They come from bone marrow and established in blood, and then they can migrate to the tissues and then come again back to peripheral blood. So here we will be seeing this thing. So cord blood, high levels of classical monocytes, but then no intermediate monocytes or classical monocytes were observed. Then in the newborn age group, we already see that intermediate monocytes come up, but the non-classical monocytes still don't reach the peak which they achieve in the next age group at less than 6 months individuals. So again, the kinetic, even if they are healthy donors, it's different with age group. So it's important to keep in mind our age group patients to compare with the proper reference values. So we came to the end of this talk. I wanted just to, before we go to the demo, I wanted to give you some take-home messages. Blood monocytes are an heterogeneous cell population, and they include, as we have just seen, different cells, different subsets. For this moment, they describe 3 different subsets based on CD14 and CD16, classical monocytes, intermediate monocytes, non-classical monocytes, but it's also important to keep in mind the need for a good identification using the HLA-DR and CD300E. Under inflammatory conditions or tumoral conditions, the homeostasis is disrupted and our monocyte compartment will be altered. The frequencies will not be the same, and it depends on the condition we want to study. Can be classical monocytes or intermediate monocytes in the examples we have seen here today, but it's important to study the subsets separately and not as a whole compartment. And monitoring of these cells can be useful to different clinical applications like the ones that we have just seen here today.
Okay, thank you so much for coming to this last presentation. So in 3 minutes we'll have our last recorded session, and then we will go live. Okay. So here you have the schedule for today. So we have just assisted to the Omnicyt flow cytometer, the TiMaScan presentation, and now we will start with the T-cell immunotherapy research. This will start in about 3 minutes, okay? Thank you for waiting. So we are going to start with the last session from today, which is T-cell immunotherapy research. So this is the last recorded session, and then we will go live with Jesus, which we will have a session about the Ask Me Anything about the EuroFlow panels, and then a bit session, small session about Cytognos and what we are doing. Okay.
Hello everyone, this is Dan Thacker, Flow Technical and Product Specialist for United Kingdom and Ireland. For this session, I will be presenting our new panel for the identification of T-cell subsets. In this presentation, we're going to focus on the composition, the function, and useful applications for our novel flow panel. So let's then start with a quick overview of the memory generation process in T cells. In homeostasis, naive T cells emerge from the thymus and recirculate between blood and secondary lymphoid organs, such as the spleen and lymph nodes. Upon recognition of their corresponding antigens, presented by antigen-presenting cells, commonly known as APCs, naive T cells become activated and differentiate into effector T cells, which are going to migrate to peripheral and inflamed tissues. They collaborate with other immune-associated cells until the antigen is cleared. After the removal of the antigen, most of the effector T cells undergo apoptosis, whereas a small pool of T cells then turns into long-lived memory T cells. So then, in the peripheral blood, there are two main types of circulating memory T cells which can be found. First one is the central memory T cells. These are that are characterized by high potential of self-renewal and the expression of molecules implicated in the homing to secondary lymphoid organs. However, these central memory T cells lack immediate effector functions. The second type is effector memory T cells. These, in contrast, effector memory T cells produce effector cytokines such as interferon gamma, interleukin-4 and IL-17, and express proteins involved in the migration to peripheral tissues. In this graph on the screen, you can see that one of the most accepted models of transition from naive to memory and terminally differentiated T cells. The model proposes that dormant, naive and memory T cells turn into activated effector cells and progress through the maturation pathway. This maturation pathway is not always linear and cells can jump stages. During this transition process, cells lose some proliferative potential and lymphoid homing capacity, and they progressively become more cytotoxic and produce higher amounts of effector cytokines. At the same time, they gain tropism to inflamed tissues and senescence markers. So, after this brief scientific background, we can move directly into looking at the kit. It is an 8-color panel for the identification of different subpopulations of naive and memory T cells. CD45, CD3, CD4 and CD8 are used to identify helper and cytotoxic T cell populations, and equally we have included additional markers to classify CD4 positive and CD8 positive T cells into different subpopulations of naive and memory T cells. For example, CD27 is utilized in this panel, which is a co-stimulatory molecule whose expression is lost in effector cells. We also have CD45 Rho, which is expressed in memory T cells. And finally, we have CD62L, also known as L-selectin, which is expressed mainly in naive and central memory T cells. Last but not least, you may have noticed that we have left the FIT-C channel intentionally free for additional drop-ins. Customers may add complementary antibodies for the identification of more specific T cell subpopulations, or include FIT-C conjugated reagents for the detection of CAR T or antigen-specific T cells. Let's jump now into the main T cell subpopulations that can be identified with this kit. We will evaluate CD4 positive T cells just as an example. So here you can see naive T cells are characterized by high expression of CD27 and CD62L, however, with dim or negative expression of CD45RO. Next then, we have the central memory T cells. As you can see, these have high or positive expression of CD27, CD62L, and CD45RO. Here we can see transitional memory T cells. These express slightly lower levels of CD27 than central memory T cells, and transitional memory T cells still show high expression of CD45RO but lose expression of CD62L. Here then you can see the effector memory T cells on the plots, and you can see that these are CD27 negative, CD45RO positive, and they present variable expression of CD62L. Finally then, we have the terminally differentiated T cells, which are CD27 negative, CD45RO dim or negative, and they show variable expression of CD62L. And this is then a summary of how CD4 positive T cell subpopulations look like altogether in two different Infinicyt dot plots. In the case of CD8 positive T cells, similar subpopulations can be identified in terms of the full immunophenotype, with the loss of expression of CD27 and the expression of CD45RO in the memory compartments. However, an additional subpopulation can be found among the CD8 positive T cells that is not present in the CD4 positive T cells. And these are the early effector CD8 positive T cells. They are characterized by dim positive or positive expression of CD27 and negative expression of CD62L and CD45RO. Now let me just quickly show you some unique tools on our Infinicyt analysis software which are particularly useful when analyzing samples stained with the T cell subsets kit. Firstly, a maturation database can be established with normal samples, thus enabling a quick overview of any abnormality in the sample with respect to the maturation diagram. In the same context then, a reference image can also be created with normal samples, thus allowing a fast comparison with an abnormal sample. So what is the aim of this kit and what can be the potential uses for this panel? Well, firstly, monitoring oncohematology patients, taking into account that memory T cells populations can and do change during a response to a tumour. Another useful aspect of this kit is the measuring of the response to vaccines or infections. In this context, the free FIT-C channel can be utilized for the identification of the virus-specific T cell subpopulation. Also, in a similar manner, the free FIT-C channel could also be used for the separation of CAR T cells from the endogenous T cell population. This is one of the most important intended uses for this kit. Now we will take a look at some examples of memory T cell studies found in the literature available online. In this first example, this publication evidenced and analyzed the distribution and function of the different memory CD4 positive and CD8 positive T cell subsets in patients with non-small cell lung carcinoma, often called NSCLC, compared with healthy donors. They used peripheral blood and lymph node samples. In this case, they utilize CCR7, which in terms of immunophenotyping is equivalent to CD27. They use CD45RA as a marker of non-memory cells instead of CD45Rho that is expressed in memory T cells. This publication and authors discovered that patients had an increased percentage of circulating CD8 positive T cells. In lymph nodes, NSCLC patients showed similar frequencies of CD4 positive and CD8 positive T cells, whereas in lymph nodes from patients with other types of cancer, CD4 T cells were more abundant than CD8 positive cells. The paper states that patients with non-small cell lung cancer present a different frequency of naive and memory T cell populations compared with age-matched healthy donors. Essentially, that they had more effector and reduced central memory, naive and effector memory T cells. They described that NSCLC patients had a reduced percentage of circulating interferon gamma positive, TNF alpha positive and IL-17 positive T cells. In this point, it is relevant to say that although the analysis of T cell memory immunophenotype is not part of the diagnostic or prognostic processes in oncology, it can be implemented easily to clinical routine settings as a simple and fast method to monitor the immune response to tumor and/or possible treatment and therapy. Here is another publication where the paper compares the frequency of CD4 positive and CD8 positive T cells in healthy donors and patients infected with the parasitic worm S. stercoralis. They also quantified the levels of certain cytokines in the plasma. The publication established that they did not find significant differences in the percentage of CD8 positive memory T cell subsets and found increased levels of IL-4 and IL-9 in plasma. Regarding the CD4 positive T cells, people infected with the worm Strongyloides, they present increased naive T cells and reduced central memory T cells. Interestingly, after anti-parasitic worm treatment, the frequency of those populations are reverted. In this publication, the response to COVID-19 is analyzed. The authors study the response of immunodormant and overall SARS-CoV-2 specific memory T cells in patients who have recovered from COVID-19. Peripheral blood mononuclear cells, or PBMCs, obtained from 42 patients and 16 unexposed donors were tested. The paper describes that severe COVID-19 induced a higher scale and magnitude of T cell responses. Virus-specific CD8 positive T cells are identified thanks to the labeled HLA pentamers. With this strategy, the paper compared the memory phenotype of COVID-specific T cells with unrelated circulating T cells. They found reduced percentage of naive and increased effector memory in COVID-19 specific CD8 positive T cells when compared with the unrelated T cells. Regarding this issue, it's important to comment that T cell immunity is becoming more and more relevant in monitoring COVID-19, general immune status, and also in analyzing the response to any vaccination programs. As highlighted previously, this kit is particularly useful for the monitoring of CAR T cells. CAR T cells are genetically modified T cells engineered to recognize a particular tumoral epitope. Receptor genes are transferred to T cells purified from peripheral blood and expanded ex vivo. Then, this product is infused again into the patient leading to T-cell mediated destruction of the tumour. CAR receptors are constituted by different domains. So you have the antibody-derived antigen binding domain. You also have one or more co-stimulatory domains, and you also have CD3 zeta activating domain. The field of CAR T-cell therapies has experienced a great shift in recent years. In 2017, clinical trials with CARs targeting at least 11 different molecules had been completed, including CD19, CD20 and CD22. From this day onwards, several additional trials have been carried out with the CARs directed against new targets, as emerging therapies for the treatment of both hematological disorders and solid tumours. The free FITC channel in our kit allows the addition of reagents for the identification of CAR T-cells. There are multiple strategies to achieve this. So firstly, include an antibody that recognizes the structural domain of the CAR, or another option could be the use of the target protein of the CAR labeled with FITC. The advantage of this method is that the labeled protein can bind to all CARs directed to it, regardless of the structure. In the last few years, it has been proved that CAR T-cell products that are rich in central memory T-cells are more long-lasting and more effective in tumour reduction and removal. This fact highlights the importance of our kit in characterization of T-cell products when generating CAR T-cells. As you can see, in the lower part of this slide, there is an example of monitoring of infused CAR T-cells over a period of time. So, after defining the multiple uses for the panel, it's time to briefly describe the kit format and its characteristics. The kit consists of 4 vials with lyophilized or dried reagents containing 5 tests each, for a total of 20 tests per kit. It also includes compensation tubes for specific reagents, which are the tandem dyes and of course the Cytognos exclusive fluorochromes. To summarize then, Cytognos offers a single tube 8-color panel which guarantees a simple application with increased reproducible results for T-cell subsets. The panel is easily adaptable to any specific study, as the free FITC channel allows the addition of FITC labeled antibodies or proteins. Furthermore, the staining and acquisition of samples is rapid, which takes less than an hour. Finally, our carefully selected antibodies and fluorochromes via evidence publications facilitates an accurate immunophenotyping of naive memory T cells, allowing stringent follow-up of all T cell populations. These features make our kit a valid and solid solution for the monitoring of immune responses to tumour and therapies, monitoring of CAR T cells, and evaluating responses to any vaccines. So finally, I would like to briefly thank you for your time and attending this presentation. If you get a chance, don't forget to check out our newly designed website, where you can find lots of new information regarding video tutorials and an academic section where you can have further education on diseases, as well as novel COVID-19 flow solutions. You can also get regular information through our Cytognos newsletter to keep up to date with next generation flow solutions, as well as the latest webinars and events. Thank you. We will now go to any questions.
Okay, so this was, as I said before, the last recorded session. So now my colleague Jesus will present the Ask Me Anything session of the EuroFlow panel. So I will stop sharing and he will start his session. Okay.
Hello, hello everyone. I hope you are fine and you enjoyed the last few sessions. Let me stop the presentation now. And well, indeed, I will share now again the schedule of what we have left for today. So actually, the last two sessions will be quite broad, and well, we would like to offer you the possibility to ask any question or give us your comment regarding the EuroFlow panels. We'll be covering that for half an hour. Of course, we can adjust there. We have time to adjust depending on your needs. And also later we'll have a session regarding Cytognos, the same as we did in the beginning of the day. So yeah, anything that you might want to know about Cytognos and our solutions. So well, if you have any question or comment, please leave it in the chat as always, or let me know, and I will be glad to help you with that. Let me now stop that one, and I will find a brief presentation that I have here. Okay. Okay, so this morning I was talking about the Cytognos next generation flow solution. We are trying to improve the efficiency of your lab and to provide better patient care. And we are doing that through, well, let me check. You're not seeing it. Yeah, no. So we want to provide better laboratory efficiency and better patient care. And we do that especially for oncohematological malignancies, clinical immunology, and clinical trials. We are focusing first on the limitations of the laboratory efficiency, and actually we are trying to improve a few elements related to this, such as the repetition of experiments due to errors, the loss of sample because of incorrect results or damaged samples. So let's say that if you have a trouble or a problem with some of your samples, you might lose it. So we want to avoid that. We want to provide or to reduce the cytometric calibrations. We want to apply better or to have better decision making based on the ideal markers for each case, and we want to avoid difficulties in sharing information between different labs and different centers, even between the flow cytometrist and the clinicians, due to the not standardized information. So all of these troubles, they lead at the end to higher costs associated with these inefficiencies, and of course to more spent time by the flow cytometrist on that. On the other hand, many of these aspects and others have actually an impact on the patient care. This might be, for example, the inconsistent results, so the fact that different repetitions of the same test might provide different results, the fact that the flow cytometry result might not be the same as other technique. Having low sensitivity for MRD, it's very important because of the potential false negative. Also, having a long turnaround time, that of course, if the more time that the clinical decision takes and the outcome of the analysis takes, that will delay the treatment and potentially have an impact on the patient care. There might be other problems related to misinterpretation of results because of either not very clear results or issues in the processing that lead at the end to not good result, or maybe the fact that the panel is not informative enough. So if the technique that is being used is not as good as it could be, then that might cause some trouble. At the end, once the analysis is performed, there might be other errors in the reporting. And well, an important element that I mentioned before this morning is actually that compensation and the configuration of the instrument. It's very important in order to ensure accurate results. So Cytognos is offering a complete next generation flow solution, including the reagents, Infinicyt for analysis, Omnicyt for acquisition, and the help of our technical support in order to implement this. But actually, the EuroFlow methodology is one of the pillars of this complete solution, and a very important element within the development of our solution. Okay. So the aim of EuroFlow was the development, standardization, and validation of highly sensitive flow cytometry tests for the diagnosis and follow-up of hematological malignancies initially, and also immunological malignancies later, and diseases. EuroFlow is an independent scientific consortium which is composed of more than 20 companies and research group. It was founded in 2006, and Cytognos joined this consortium as one of the small and medium enterprises joining it at the moment of its foundation. Since then, we have been working together in order to seize the information and the research developed by EuroFlow, and to take that knowledge and information to the bench, to the lab, by actually transforming that knowledge into commercial solutions. One of the important elements of this whole methodology is, of course, all the EuroFlow panels, which in the case of oncohematology are these ones that I'm showing here. The EuroFlow oncohematological solution includes or is arranged into several steps that, or this approach is arranged in different steps that you do in order to get more and more information about the disease from the initial screening. When you receive a sample with some suspicion, you are not sure of what the type of disease, you might know something, let's say, about the type of disease that you are analyzing. There might be some suspicion by the clinicians, but of course we need a diagnosis for that. So for that, we'll do the screening, initial screening, in order to find, let's say, the group of diseases that might be present, and then we'll do the classification for the characterization, for the real or the final diagnosis of the disease, considering all the different types and categories of diseases that exist for some of these groups. After this classification, a few years later, the initial EuroFlow publications, EuroFlow was able to publish also additional panels, not only for the characterization of the disease, for the diagnosis, but also to monitor the disease. And well, you might know some of them already. These are especially BCP-all MRD for B-cell precursor acute leukemia, and then multiple myeloma MRD, which is currently being analyzed both in bone marrow, which is the multiple myeloma MRD, and in peripheral blood, which is what we call the CTPC, and the circulating tumor plasma cells. Then a few years later, EuroFlow decided not only, well, they decided from quite a few years ago, but just a few years ago, they published the first EuroFlow panels for analysis or study of immunological diseases. And the first of these tubes was actually the primary immunodeficiency orientation tube, which is a screening tube for the diagnosis and for the screening of primary immunodeficiencies that then can be used, or actually this pilot tube provides orientation towards other panels with more info that provide additional information, again, classification, characterization regarding T cell and B cell diseases. Okay, so now I would like to show you some of the how all this information was published. I actually gathered a few of the papers here, just for you to be able to take a look at them, and actually I would like to share where you can download this from. And well, I will give more information regarding the EuroFlow SOPs and others. Again, if you have any comment or question, please don't hesitate to write in the chat. I will be glad to help you. And also, please let me know if some info is not clear or you need access to some specific information that you cannot find. In the initial EuroFlow publications, you will find, well, let me do something. Yeah, this one. So in the initial EuroFlow publication, you will find here what are the description of the EuroFlow consortium, what are the initial aims of the EuroFlow project. As you can see here, this what I said before is the development and standardization of fast, accurate, and highly sensitive flow cytometry approaches for hematological malignancies. You see, this is what I've been talking about before. And well, some of this publication is from 2012, so this 6 years after the founding, 5 years of research. And actually, in this piece of research, they already talk about the different panels and the research that they have been doing during this time, and what are those achievements. Here you have more information about the different labs that were part of the EuroFlow consortium, either in the beginning or in 2012. And well, in this paper you can find much more information about the aim and the objective of the group, how were the EuroFlow panels designed and tested. And well, this is something interesting, because actually this panel wasn't just the EuroFlow panels weren't just decided by let's say a group of experts or the head of some lab based on their personal experience, and that's all. Actually, the panel was designed by following these two steps here. So there were the markers overall that were used for the diagnosis or the analysis of these diseases were grouped into some markers that are used for the cell identification, and this is what they call the backbone markers. And there are other markers that are used for the characterization or for the study of the different diseases. So the thing is that with this combination, the combination of the backbone markers and the characterization marker, they use the backbone markers so that they were actually present in the same fluorochrome position of the whole panel. So whenever it was possible, the markers used for the identification of the cells were always the same, and they were always present in the same position. But on the other hand, the characterization antibodies and the characterization markers were changing between different panels. So that's what allows that you always have the same strategy to identify the different cells. So let's say B cells, if you are using the B cell panel, you always identify them using the same markers, but then in every tube, you have different characterization markers that will allow you to analyze different subsets of the B cell disease category. Okay. And well, initially the EuroFlow panels were designed in 8 colors, but they have been, of course, evolving in the same manner that the flow cytometry technology in general has evolved. And now the hematological panels, they still are designed in 8 colors, but other panels, more complex panels, such as the ones in immunology, they already include some of them 12 colors. Okay. Moving on now. So the first thing was actually deciding the panels, and well, for that, this is a publication regarding the EuroFlow, the initial EuroFlow panels from 2012. All of these are open access, okay? So you can find them in the online. You can find them if you look for these references. Also, I wanted to show you that most of these publications are actually available in our website. So if you go to Academy Cytognos Technology EuroFlow, you will see that we have quite a lot of content here regarding the EuroFlow consortium, the description, different topics, EuroFlow SOPs, the workflow, so on. And at the bottom of this website, you have access to the resources used for this. There's someone wrote in the chat. Yeah, as Karina is saying, don't hesitate to write to us if you have any comment. And yeah, these are here you can have access to our publications. So this is the one that we just saw, the one that I was explaining before, and what I wanted to show you now. Okay. So in the publication with the EuroFlow panels, they actually cover all these panels. So these are all the initial oncohematological panels designed by EuroFlow, including the screening tubes here, the characterization tubes. Remember that the monitoring tubes and the multiple myeloma MRD panel and the BCP ALL MRD panel, they were released a few years later after additional research was taken. So basically, they show how they decided the panels, or they decided the markers basically by considering what were the markers that allowed a better discrimination between the normal and abnormal cells. So some of the markers were required in order to perform the diagnosis, of course, but other markers allowed a better discrimination between malignant and normal cells. So that's one of the elements that they consider in order to decide the markers. And as you will see here, there are, well, these are quite a long paper, 68 pages, and you have access to the design and the composition of each of the markers, from acute leukemia, including the different rounds that they designed. Okay, so they comprehensively explain what's the reason why they decided, okay, I will change one marker from one to the other, and so on. Second, please. And then, well, from A-lot, they will go to LST, so they will cover the lymphoid, then they will do the SST and so on. Okay, so in this paper here, I'm showing you the reference, they will show how each panel was designed, how each tube was designed, and what's the rationale behind that. So I talked about the initial objectives of the EuroFlow consortium, then about each of these panels. And well, an important aspect that I mentioned before also is that the EuroFlow and our complete solution is based on the standardization of instrument setup, compensation, configuration, and so on. So EuroFlow performed quite a deep research also on the instrument settings, the most convenient instrument settings, and also the immunophenotyping protocols. This is a very interesting paper for those of you who are interested in the technical side of the flow cytometry. So they explain how different fluorochromes were decided, why they chose one fluorochrome over another one. And more importantly, well, they actually explain how the FACS Canto 2 from BD was taken as kind of the reference in order to decide, okay, we want all the samples to look like this. So the Canto 2 was the reference, so we want all the samples to look similar to this one. So if we take another instrument, if we take another Canto 2, it should look exactly the same or very similar to this one. And for that, they use the rainbow beads. So the rainbow beads are a set of beads in the same manner that many other instruments use, that you can actually run through the instrument, and you have some here, you have some MFI values that you need to achieve in your instrument. So you run the rainbow beads, you modify the voltages of your instrument so that you actually arrive to each of these MFIs. Of course, these are not updated, okay? So these are the ones that they had in 2012. The lots of the rainbow beads, they have been changing throughout the years. So you might need other, you might have other values now. But the point is the same. So no matter you are in one place or another, in a different lab, you are using a different instrument, you run the rainbow beads, and you make sure that you have these MFI values. So with that, we ensure that later when we run the same sample in two different instruments, we will have exactly the same result. They also explain, of course, how the compensation will be covered and so on, but I won't get into detail there. And a very interesting element of this paper is actually the comparison of the different lysine solutions and the different lysine protocols and processing protocols for that. So you can see how they compare stain lyse no wash, stain lyse wash, and stain lyse wash fix with different lysine solutions. And well, based on the spread of the different populations, based on the cost of each of these methods, based on the time that was required for these reasons, they actually came to decide that the FACS lyse with the stain lyse wash was the best method that provided. You can see clearly the three populations here: lymphocytes, monocytes, neutrophils, and well, also eosinophils here. These are the debris and dying cells. So you can clearly see the difference between one method and others. Actually, it's remarkable that later, for the multiple myeloma MRD and other immunological studies where you need a very high sensitivity, the ammonium chloride allows to concentrate the sample and to increase the amount of cells that you can analyze from a few 100,000 to several millions. So in the multiple myeloma MRD, that's why we are using a combination of FACS lysis and ammonium chloride, the back lysis solution. Okay. So this kind of of course, the paper goes on and on regarding the stabilization. You see here, they are talking about how the different methods impacted the spread of the markers and the result. And this is important to have in mind. So all this research was performed by EuroFlow, and it wasn't for nothing. It was actually to find what was the best method and to prove that in like following a research methodology, not actually just deciding based on a few samples that they run. Okay. I would like to show now just a little bit more about the, let's say, the second generation of papers that came a few years later. So we are talking now 5 years later. This was a publication of the multiple myeloma MRD panel, which was quite an important step for the EuroFlow consortium. This was the first monitoring panel. And well, here they actually showed or disclosed the multiple myeloma panel which includes 2 tubes here. You see here, this is the final version we are talking about. And well, this was quite a development for the EuroFlow consortium and for all of us, because it really added an additional very useful tool for the monitoring of multiple myeloma with such a high sensitivity. As for example, here you can see the comparison between conventional flow and next generation flow, and you see how there were a few cases that were actually detected by next generation flow and not detected by conventional flow. The MRD levels here, you can see that they are, and sorry, here we are talking about the comparison between aberrant. Yeah, that's it. And here we are talking about the MRD level that was achieved with the 2 methods. You can see that the conventional flow only arrives to a MRD around 10 to the -4, whereas with the next generation flow solution and the MRD panel, you can reach up to 10 to the -6, which is quite different. And then they also saw other differences between the next generation sequencing and next generation flow. So yeah, these are a very good introduction to what we call the next generation flow, meaning a highly sensitive with methodology and technique with very high throughput. So we are analyzing millions of cells, not only analyzing them from a global perspective, but also from the individual point of view. So in Infinicyt, as you know, we can actually analyze every single cell individually as a single event. So we know, okay, this is an abnormal cell because it has an abnormal pattern. Well, here we have an example. So this is an example of analysis in Infinicyt. These are Infinicyt diagrams, okay. And you see how these are plasma cells in the frequent side scatter, forward scatter area. They are 138 positive. So they are plasma cells. The ones in blue are normal plasma cells, whereas the ones in red are aberrant plasma cells. And well, you can see how the normal plasma cells are positive for 45, negative 56. This is a usual pattern of plasma cells. You see the aberrant ones, 56 positive, 45 negative. Okay, that makes us doubt about them. Actually, normal plasma cells, 19 positive, 81 positive, expected. Aberrant plasma cells, 19 negative, 81 negative. That's suspicious. And then, well, both of them are 27 positive, so there is not much of a change here. Well, a little bit, 27 positive, but more or less the same. And they are both 117 negative, as expected. Abnormal plasma cells might be positive, but in this case, they are negative. And when we assess the clonality of these cells, well, they seem to be lambda positive and not kappa. Okay, so you can clearly see the difference. Just a quick reminder for those of you who are not used to the EuroFlow panel. The EuroFlow panel has 2 different tubes here. So we have, on the one hand, we have here 117 and 81 in tube 1, kappa lambda in tube 2, but the rest of the markers are the same. You see? So this is what I was talking about before with the backbone markers and the characterization markers. So all these could be considered backbone markers. They are the same in both tubes, and they are used for the identification of plasma cells, especially 138, 38, 45, and 19. They could be used for identification of plasma cells. 27 also, but well, depending on the abnormality of the cells, it might change. 19 too. And then we have the characterization markers, let's say 117, 81, and kappa lambda. So these allow us to see the abnormality of the cells. Kappa lambda will allow us to assess the chronality of the cells. So in Infinicyt, actually, we analyze all these tubes, the tubes together. So we are seeing here all the events from tube 1 and tube 2. They are combined in all these markers, but in all these diagrams, sorry, but not in this one. So the 117, 27, and kappa lambda, this is only tube 1 and this is only tube 2. So we can clearly see the difference between them. And well, yeah, with Infinicyt, you see here both tubes, but there you only see one. And that allows you to assess the reproducibility of the technique also, because both tubes should be in the same position. And well, that's it. So yeah, basically here they analyzed the plasma cells, but another important thing is that actually by using this panel and running lots of samples through them, through it, they could also identify other populations. For example, they analyzed also mast cells, they analyzed B cell precursors, they analyzed myeloid precursors, other cells, what we call, well, they are endothelium, mesenchymal cells, but they are other cells present in the bone marrow. And by analyzing all these cells, they actually came to build a complete EuroFlow reference database. So with this EuroFlow reference database, that database was included in Infinicyt. I'm talking about a reference database using normal bone marrow samples, okay? So I'm talking about a few dozens to hundreds of samples that they were analyzed, and they built this reference database that was included within Infinicyt. What we can do later is actually that when we analyze each of our samples in Infinicyt, we can compare our result with this normal reference database. So what happens if we see that there is a change between our sample and the normal reference pattern? We might be suspicious about it. So for example, an interesting thing is that mast cells are present only in the bone marrow, whereas they are not present in peripheral blood. So EuroFlow found that there was more or less some consistency between in the normal reference database, there was some consistency among mast cells. So what happens next? If in your sample there is a decreased amount of mast cells, that might be because there might be some hemodilution. So if you mix peripheral blood when you extract the sample with the bone marrow, the number of mast cells will decrease. So that's why you might have found in your sample less mast cells. So what happens next? If you find less mast cells, you might think, okay, there might have been hemodilution. So even if I found plasma cells, maybe the number of plasma cells that I find is even lower than the real number. Why? Because of the hemodilution. In peripheral blood, there won't be as many plasma cells, aberrant plasma cells, as in the peripheral blood. So that's one of the markers, interesting markers that it's also available when using the multiple myeloma MRD kit. There are other markers too, and of course you can measure all these other populations, and well, they even compare here, for example, some of the costs associated with the methodology, depending on whether you are using a commercial available solution such as our multiple myeloma MRD kit, or you are using single antibodies, or you are using other techniques, the cost differ quite a lot. But it seems that next-generation flow at the end came to a much lower cost than that of the next-generation sequencing. That, of course, has been changing throughout the years. So this is the first publication of the multiple myeloma MRD. There were other publications. I wanted to show this one first. So another interesting publication around 1 year before that was the International Myeloma Working Group consensus criteria for multiple myeloma MRD assessment. And this is interesting because it actually covers some of the developments for analysis of multiple myeloma MRD, not only using the next generation flow method and conventional flow, but also talking about PCR. So I really recommend you to take a look at this paper with quite a few important members of the EuroFlow consortium, of the ESCCA2, and other prominent researchers from all over the world here. Okay, so this is a very interesting publication. And then it was just well, 3 years ago now, in 2018, they actually started talking about what we know as the circulating tumor plasma cells. So this is the study of multiple myeloma plasma cells in peripheral blood, and actually how we can measure these plasma cells in the peripheral blood, considering that, of course, they are present in the sample in a much lower frequency. So basically, in order to analyze these peripheral blood samples while also focusing on very high sensitivity method, you need to use, again, we are using the same multiple myeloma MRD panel, so we are using exactly the same antibodies, but we need to process the sample, the peripheral blood sample, with backlysis in order to concentrate the sample and acquire a very high amount of cells. This, of course, this is still a methodology which is under research. So this is not, well, they are analyzing still the clinical application of this method. As they explain here, they might be characterizing the NGAS, both NGAS and multiple myeloma. But well, it's a very interesting technique still under study, under research, to assess both NGAS and multiple myeloma through a minimal invasive technique. Okay, so this is an important paper to keep in mind for the near future. And please let us know if you have any comment or question about this technique. Actually, we have quite a handful of customers and collaborators who are doing more studies regarding this technique. And actually, there is a webinar also available in our website, and I would like to show it to you just now that I talked about it. So if you go in our website, cytognos.com, if you go to events and you go to recorded webinars, here you have all the webinars that we have been recently displaying in our website. And well, there is one by Paula Tavares, yeah, from Germany, who is already analyzing circulating plasma cells in clinical diagnostics for multiple myeloma. Okay, so these are very interesting webinar if you want to see this approach in application. Well, I know that I'm already past 4:30, so I might have changed to about the Cytognos. But well, for the moment, we don't have any question, and I have a bit more of information to display. So if you want to know more about Cytognos, we will be having again that presentation about Cytognos also tomorrow, Friday, and on Saturday. Okay, so if you want to know more about the company, just let us know. But for the moment, I will continue with more information that I want to show you, other papers. Okay, so actually, well, I have quite a lot of papers here to show you. But I wanted to go now for the next one, which is here. Okay. Okay. So I'm moving now from the oncomatological malignancies to the immunological approach, or to the immunology panels that EuroFlow has been designing throughout the last few years. This is actually the first publication, you see, June 2019, so less than 2 years ago. And well, this is actually the first publication, or let's say the main publication of EuroFlow in this field, where they actually introduce the whole approach to primary immunodeficiency study. Okay, so yeah, this quite interesting, a very detailed paper. They mention here how they have been, of course, they have been innovating and standardizing flow cytometry for others, for oncomatology before, and now they are trying to build this same standardization and innovation for the diagnosis and classification of primary immunodeficiencies. The first of these tubes is the PIDOT, which we have here. This is an 8-color 12 antibody tube that is used for the identification of the main lymphocyte and leukocyte subsets. And then we have other panels that are used for the subsequent analysis of these diseases. I won't get, again, in the same manner that they did for the oncomatological malignancies panel, they did quite a few rounds of design. Well, first analysis, design, evaluation, testing, again redesign, and so on for each of these panels. Okay, and at the end they came to design this set of panels. Then you see in the center the primary efficiency orientation tube. Depending on the suspicion, you will do the primary efficiency, or you will do this tube combined with the T tube or with the IgH for the analysis of B cells, and then from those you will do other tubes depending on your on the result of the analysis and what's the status of the patient. Okay. One of the important things, you know, I talk about the normal reference database for the multiple myeloma, right? So in the case of the primary deficiencies, they did the same. So they actually ran lots of samples that had been stained and processed with the primary deficiency orientation tube. They ran a lot of samples with this tube, and these are here we have the information. So they ran all these samples that were coming from different people of different ages. So they used from cord blood and newborns to different people and children from 1 month to more than 60 years. Of course, it's a very impressive research, and you see how by using the PIDOT that allows the identification of all these subpopulations, you can actually see how each of these populations changes its expression, well, its population size and the frequency of each of these populations changes in peripheral blood throughout the years. So yeah, we don't have any of these in newborn, and then they grow throughout the years, and yeah, so this is quite a lot of info to have here. So in this paper, they explain each of these panels, how they were designed, how they did the validation, why they chose those markers, and so on. And they explain, well, they also explain the rationale behind the panel. Okay, So this is what was what is mentioned here. So you see, so for example, if you run the pilot and you have a B cell subset count below the 5th percentile, then you might want to run the pre-germinal center and post-germinal center B cell tubes, because then you might have that, or you might either you diagnose those, or you have another outcome that will lead you to other different panels, right? So all this is explained in this paper, okay, in the rationale there. And then as you can see here, we have the design of the pilot, the primary efficiency orientation tube, and the different panels, just for you to see. Again, we are using the same approach that we mentioned before. We use some backbone markers, 27, IgM, IgD, 19, 21. So these are markers that are used for the identification of some cell populations. And then we use the characterization markers in order to actually characterize different subpopulations. In this case, of course, we are, I mean, in the primary efficiency analysis, we are not talking so much about characterizing or classificating given abnormal cell population in order to give it to put into a category, but rather here we want to identify all the cells that are present in the sample, and we want to quantify them. So we want to know whether some subpopulation of T cell is missing, whether some subpopulation of B cell is missing, and then we'll be able to do the diagnosis because of some absent population usually. Okay, so this is the initial EuroFlow paper, like the whole EuroFlow immunology paper. In the same manner that I mentioned for the pilot, they did analyze the expression of or the presence of other populations throughout the years. So in this quite also deep research, they analyzed the distribution of normal B cells and plasma cell subsets in peripheral blood, and very interesting thing that they did analyze the plasma cells, the memory B cells, and also the soluble Ig levels in the plasma, right? So basically, through the combination of both cellular analysis and plasma analysis, they actually came to analyze how, like, what's the expression of the different cells, like what's the impact of the cells being there or not on the plasma levels, right? And then, well, here again you have, they actually built this kind of database of normal reference with the expected number or frequency for each population depending on the age of the patient. And again, the point is that when you run this panel, when you run, in this case, the B cell, let's say B cell analytic characterization panel, you can compare your results with these results here, and you'll be able to say, okay, this patient is out of the normal. Why is it? Why is he out of the normal? Is it due to some disease and so on, right? So yeah, here we have that, and actually they found that the expression of the different markers, it's actually related to the position of the genes, of the different genes in the chromosome. So yeah, very detailed research again. There are some, I remind you that we are talking now about, these are papers from 2018, so 2 years ago, or between 2 and 3 years ago. But there are other much more recent publications. For example, here, not talking about the normal analysis or the analysis of normal populations and normal reference samples, healthy donors, but they have already applied this methodology into the analysis of other patients, so primary deficient patients that have some severe primary deficiency, and that actually allowed them, the EuroFlow consortium, to prove the validation of the panels that they have been, or the methodology that they have been proposing in order to analyze this type of patients. I won't get into detail here because I'm running out of time, but here you have this paper, and just for you to see, they actually, for example, before doing that, we are talking already here about this paper, well, a little bit before, in 2017, they actually published other papers regarding how they selected some of the immunoglobulin antibodies that they are using for these panels. I must say that we are proud at Cytognos because some of these antibodies are provided by us, and we actually had very good clones of these immunoglobulin antibodies. So if you want to know more about them, just check our product portfolio or catalog, and we'll be glad to provide them to you. And also another paper that I wanted to share with you related to these immunology panels is this paper regarding the optimization and testing of the dried antibody tube, talking about the pilot tube. So in this paper, the EuroFlow consortium was actually testing how the EuroFlow LST in lyophilized format, well-dried format, and the pilot tube in lyophilized format is actually providing reproducible and same result, so compatible result, between the dry or lyophilized product and the single antibody, so the in-house combination. As you know, at Cytognos, we are providing this lyophilized format combination of antibodies, not only because of the convenience, but also because of the producibility for different samples, the reproducibility among time, also the stability that they have throughout months or years, and also because actually they will actually save you time and money regarding, or in order to avoid mistakes. So whenever you are mixing antibodies, you will avoid that you make any mistake by using these combinations that are pre-made already. Okay? So in this paper, they compare actually the performance of the EuroFlow LST by BD and our pilot tube in lyophilized format. Okay. What else? And there was another thing that I wanted to show you, which is here. Last thing that I want to show you today. And these are the new posters that we designed just a few weeks ago. So basically, we have designed new posters, including the whole EuroFlow panels for oncohematology. You see here, we have the oncohematology panels, ALOT, LST, SST, PCSC, all the different panels, plus this is the update, including the monitoring panels, okay? So we have multiple myeloma MRD, the circulating tumor plasma cell, and also BCP ALL MRD. So you have here all the information regarding antibodies, the aim of each of the tubes. Also, we included a few labels to let you know that we have available either our lyophilized kit, our lyophilized combination of antibodies, included the backbone. So for example, here we have the backbone antibody, so 20, 45, and 19, or 45, 34, and 19, you see. And then we also included another label for those panels for which the EuroFlow database is available. So in Infinicyt, if you go to Infinicyt, you will see a database for these panels so that you can actually compare your data with the EuroFlow data. And not only that, you can also automate the analysis, okay? So you can automatically load a sample, the software will analyze your sample, and it will give you a final report. You just need to review it. You can modify something if required, and do the final result. So here we have the hematology panels, and we have brand new PID antibody panels. Okay. So this what I was doing just now, the pilot tube here in the middle. Then we have the T tube, the B cell tube, and other tubes that are also for T cells, B cells, and how the diagnosis of each different disease is achieved. So these two posters can be downloaded from our website. Again, if you go, well, I will go just directly to ESCCA. So if you go to events here, upcoming congresses and meetings, and click here in the ESCCA, you have the landing page, and we can download one of our 6 brochures available. So if I include here my name and information, so I will include Cytognos here. I come from Spain. My address is Ramos@Cytognos. Oops. At cytognos.com. I'm product specialist. And my phone, I will put 0 just for the sake of privacy. So now that I sent, I'm being redirected to the download brochure section, and here I can download these 2 posters. Okay, of course we have also other papers and white papers, brochures regarding CTBC, multiple myeloma, BCP, ALL, MRD, and our response to COVID-19. Okay, so that's everything that I wanted to show you today. Please let me know if you have any comment or question. And now, well, before saying goodbye, I would like to say you that, well, tomorrow we'll be again here around 10 for the first session regarding Cytognos and our company, a brief introduction to the company. And then we'll be having some sessions that will be the same as we have tomorrow, but others will be new. For example, here we have one session regarding monitoring of COVID-19 patients. We have other session regarding multiple myeloma reporting. We have some tricks regarding clinical flow cytometry testing, T-cell immunotherapy research, and then we have all the sessions. Okay, so just remember, this will be on Friday. On Saturday we will be here too, and remember that tomorrow at 12 we will expect you at the plenary session that will be having. My colleague Maria Rodriguez will be presenting a plenary session regarding state-of-the-art reporting for residual disease assessment. So this is focused on multiple myeloma and how we currently not only analyze the samples, but how we report these samples following the consensus criteria available now from different centers and labs, and the current research available. Okay. So yeah, that's everything from my side and from our side. I would like to thank all of you who visited our room today. Also my colleagues who have been presenting and have been preparing all this content for you. And we'll be glad to see you tomorrow again. So thank you. And don't hesitate to write in the chat. Don't hesitate to contact us. That's all. Bye-bye.